Coach Todd Monken admitted that naming a number one guy this week, likely not in the cards.
I really don't know. I'm not going to name a number one, so that I am not going to name. That chances are that's not going to, I shouldn't say that. Chances are I will not. Now, once we get to the fall, we'll have to dissect the reps how we see fit. I just don't see it after the way Shedeur's played and Deshaun's played. They both played well enough to earn the right to compete to start.
After practice this afternoon, we expect to hear more from Coach Monken along with Watson and Sanders. They'll all be live right here, probably sometime in the 3 o'clock hour here on 92.3 The Fan. Guardians going to try to avoid the three-game sweep this afternoon. They finished their series with the Yankees. Guardians losing last night 3-2. They've dropped three in a row with a solid pitching matchup today. Parker Messick goes for the Guardians. He is 6-2, 2.40 ERA. New York counters with Carlos Rodon. He is 1-2, a 2.88 ERA. For his pitch at Progressive Field is set for 110. If the Guardians aren't careful, they could find themselves out of first place by the end of today. Cleveland currently leads the White Sox by just a half game in the AL Central. Guardians are taking on the Yankees this afternoon. Chicago at home tonight to face the Atlanta Braves. NBA Finals continuing tonight. Game 4 in New York. Knicks play host to the San Antonio Spurs. After losing the first two games at home, San Antonio able to bounce back with a victory in Game 3 at the Garden on Monday night. The Spurs top the Knicks 115-111 as Victor Wembanyama had 32 points. Jalen Brunson led New York with 32 points, and the Knicks still lead the series 2-1. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
So listening to Todd Monken yesterday took me down a dark path. I just was a little odd. So, Andy, let me share it with you. Good morning, everybody.
And good morning to you,
Welcome
Jeff.
to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps.
About
this is Andy Baskin.
Yeah, it's like Evil Empire stuff here. Dark path, huh?
Dan Minnigan's behind the glass. Meredith's taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092.
Danny's on the dark side. What's going on with that?
He's always been there.
Has he?
If a tree falls in the forest
Makes a noise.
and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a noise?
Yeah, it does. It does.
If quarterbacks go on the football field and neither one is better than the other guy and neither one's especially good, do you have a quarterback? That's what Todd Monken left me thinking.
Wow. Deep
And I
thoughts.
hated it. I hated it.
Can I help you out?
Todd spoke yesterday, beginning of mandatory minicamp,
Mm-hmm.
right after the first practice. Shedeur got all the first team snaps.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Watson expected to get the first team snaps today.
Oh, wow.
Then they're expected to split tomorrow. That's wonderful. But at the end of things, Todd had his press conference, and he spoke about the quarterbacks. And this is what he had to, because remember, he wanted to maybe have his starter chosen at the end of this.
Right.
Here's what he had to say.
I really don't know. I'm not going to name a number one, so that I am not going to name. That chances are that's not going to, I shouldn't say that. Chances are I will not. Now, once we get to the fall, we'll have to dissect the reps how we see fit. I just don't see it after the way Shedeur's played and Deshaun's played. They both played well enough to earn the right to compete to start.
Okay.
Reps. Who needs no stinking reps? It's all about the reps.
Is it about the reps?
Dan, is it about the reps? Yep.
Reps.
Reps. Jeff Reps.
Jeff Reps.
Yeah, maybe that could be your new name. Jeff, listen. It's June 10th. Does it really matter today?
Well, he kind of said he wanted to do that, Andy.
Yeah, I know. Does anyone feel like he is being Clevelandized when it comes to talking about the quarterbacks?
What does that mean?
It means that he needs to be ready and have his fists up like an old-time boxer, ready to defend himself with his fists up when someone says, "Who's getting the reps today, coach? Who's the starting quarterback?" You're not really going to send Shedeur back out there without reps with the first team. That cost the last coach's job, didn't it? Oh, yeah, it did, didn't it? So I think he is realizing he understands the political game that's going on right now, trying to determine who is starting quarterback. And the political game for him is it doesn't make any sense to name a starter today. It doesn't make any sense to name a starter at the end of OTAs. He needs a starter week 1. That's it. And you get to the preseason, he's going to have to name a starter there, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the starter when they get to game 1. And who knows, they may trade one of their quarterbacks, and anything goes with this this carousel of quarterbacks that we've had for years. And so I still think we're on the carousel, a little nauseous, and it's Monday morning hangover with the quarterbacks. That's all it is.
Well, here's what scares me. Monken added this about starting quarterback. Would have liked to have would hope for that, but I like them both. Don't know what to say. It's really as simple as that. I like both of them, and we haven't had the pads on. That's the hardest thing. He kept talking about not having the pads on, so I get that. But he's been a football coach forever, so he's got an idea.
Right.
And this is the line that catches me. As much as I'd love to make that decision, either by someone separating themselves upwards or downwards. Either way, which has not occurred. So in other words, nobody's stunk, but nobody's been really good. And that's the thing that scares me. Nobody has separated themselves. He said, and that, am I looking for am I nitpicking here? Maybe. But, okay, he likes them both, but neither one has been bad, and neither one's been good enough, Andy, to make you think we have a guy. And then you're going to take it to fall, and I just think, oh, man, gosh, I hope I don't care which one, I hope one of these guys just shows that he's a lot better than the other guy, so it's real clear, and that you think you actually have a pretty good quarterback.
You know what he's doing? He's being Switzerland. That's all he's doing. He's got money.
Do you think he wants to be Switzerland?
Yeah,
or do you think?
No, I think it makes sense for him to be Switzerland right now. That's what makes sense on June 10th. So we're not all running around here like babbling idiots going, why is Deshaun Watson the starting quarterback? Oh, why is Shedeur the starting quarterback? No one's doing that right now. Why? Because he's Switzerland. He is neutral. He has not picked a side. And in his world, that's probably the best case scenario. Now, someone's going to probably come out and tweet, oh, Shedeur has the lead after this week. Or someone's going to say they were impressed with Watson. It doesn't matter. What matters is week 1. And I still think someone's getting traded out of here. Gabriel's going to have a new home. Sanders is going to have a new home. Or Watson's going to have someone's going to have another home at the end of this thing.
Probably true.
One of those three is going to be somewhere else when the season starts.
I think
it doesn't make any sense not to.
You'd be hard-pressed to carry 4.
Yeah,
and trying to get one on the practice squad may or may not work. Monken finished up. I think you'd love to have the starter named. I just can't do it. I'm not there yet. That's the reality of it. The scary part to me is when he either by someone separating themselves upwards or downwards, either way, which has not occurred.
Does it matter? That's the question I'm asking. Do you think it matters right now? I understand the reps are important, but if you're giving them both first-team reps,
Andy,
which they should do.
This team has been so poor at quarterback overall for a number of years. I would think it would be refreshing and good for the team if you could just go ahead and say, you know what, this guy has elevated himself above everybody else. This is our guy. And we're moving forward. I would think it puts you on a path that's more likely to lead to success than if you're going into training camp and deciding. It's not earth shattering. It's not huge, but it concerned me And again, I'm probably reading too much into what he said.
Mm-hmm.
But no one is separating themselves either upwards or downwards. Downwards is good. That means nobody is stunk. But also nobody has elevated to the point that it's clear.
Okay. So when you look at the offense right now, and I understand what you're saying, it would be nice to have that, but let's be honest, it's freshman week for the Browns, whether you're high school or college. Like, everyone's getting to know each other. It's not like you're walking into a locker room where everybody knows each other and starters. You're not. You're looking at an offense with one starter, two starters, Quinchon, three, right? Three guys that were staples in the starting rotation last year. Now, I know Jenkins got a little bit of time too, but I mean, Fannin, Judkins, and Judy. That's it. I mean, you want to throw Cedric Tillman in there? Okay, you can throw him in there. You're asking everyone to wear a hello, my name is tag because they don't know each other. This offense,
all the more
they
reason
just don't know that. All the more reason that it doesn't matter.
That it would be great if somebody was clearly the guy right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because then you could all get on the
leader.
Same page and start working.
They're
little bit
young.
more.
You have young receivers. You have an inexperienced offensive line as far as playing with each other, right? It's not like these guys know how to play the game. They've been around. I mean, they brought Bretts in to play the line.
And it puts a little fear in my head, though.
I'm scared to death of that offensive line. Scared to death.
I'm not scared of the line. I'm scared of the quarterback. And I'm scared of it for this reason. Darn it. I wish somebody was separating themselves. Because if I'm not, I don't think you are, expecting great shakes at quarterback this year. But I keep hoping. And that's, I want Shedeur to just show that he's the guy. I want Deshaun Watson to show that, hey, look, Houston Deshaun is still here a little bit. Clearly, Dylan Gabriel and Taylor Green are out of this fight. Clearly a two-man fight right now. So that's fine. Somebody beat the snot out of the other guy.
Don't the Browns want you to think that the Gabriel has no chance? Because they know it's the path of least resistance from having pressure. If you say Gabriel is in the mix right now, you've added pressure to the situation. And by the way, media's not even saying, hey, is Gabriel in the mix? No one's even asking that. I want someone to ask that question just to watch Darrell Ryder's head explode. Hey, is Gabriel in the mix?
I think if he were in the mix, we'd hear about him.
From who, though? Who? You have to ask questions. And by the way, you'd also have to see it on the field like they did yesterday. Like, clearly, if I'm a Shedeur Sanders fan, I'm happy. He was working with the ones yesterday. If I'm a Deshaun Watson fan.
But they're sharing that.
Yeah, to us, they're saying they're sharing it.
That's what they're saying anyway.
Yeah. What's best for this team is if Shedeur Sanders can just take the ball and go and make us think that we have a quarterback for the next couple of years. That's what's best for all of us. But I don't see that you don't have a gauge on that. I don't have a gauge on it. I don't think they have a gauge on it. I also think if the opportunity comes up to bring in another quarterback, they might do it, Jeff. They might do. I mean, if you're sitting here,
I'm sorry. What did you say?
What I'm saying is, if they could figure out a way to get your guy out of Indianapolis, I think they would do it. I think they would.
Wait a minute.
I'm saying that to you.
You are going Anthony Richardson on me?
It's not that I'm going Anthony Richardson.
Dan.
But if you don't
What did you do to Andy while I was out for 2 days?
He brainwashed me.
Oh, yes, because I have been the head of the cheering squad for Anthony Richardson.
Popcorn. Yep.
What did you...
I think if they have an option to try to... the other thing, I had a long conversation with somebody about Watson and his contract. Dan, and I might need your little help on this too.
You need to get out more.
If they let him go now, because we're after June 1st, end of the world?
Nope. Same amount of dough you'd owe him anyway.
Yeah. There's a feeling... I think they want to give Shedeur a chance. That I think is true. What are they going to do with Watson? That's the question. Forget about everybody else. If you think they can cut, what's it's going to cost? Is it hurt him in the cap now? It's after June 1st. No.
Nope.
It's the same.
Same amount.
So
you save no money, you spend no more.
There's a part of me that says, don't be surprised if Watson starts getting a lot of buzz about how well he's playing and about how well things are going at camp. Because it makes it so that somebody out there who may have a quarterback who might be they're not sure about what they want to do a quarterback, maybe they would kick the tires on Deshaun Watson. And then you could drop him off the roster.
Most every team in the National Football League is set at quarterback. Every.
It just takes one OTA injury to change all that. It takes one injury in camp.
Am I reading too much into a line from Todd Monken? I probably am. As much as I'd love to make that decision about quarterback, either by someone separating themselves upwards or downwards, either way, which has not occurred. That's not what I want to hear. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Tap out because he's tired.
I'm Jeff Thomas.
He's been getting better and better with each practice day. And I thought Deshaun did some good things. So I thought they both functioned at a high level. We had a couple pre-snap issues. They'll flip back tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we'll split them. That's really what we've been trying to do.
Imagine what that guy's going to sound like by about week 7. That's gonna be wonderful. It's gonna be awesome.
Who's that? He's I can't believe it. I'm getting old. Cavs coach. That was like,
John Lucas.
yeah, the bigs.
That was Luke.
Yeah, I was.
Coach Luke.
Luke. I couldn't remember that for a second.
Like my bigs.
Could you imagine those two talking to each other? Oh my God.
JB Bickerstaff always.
Bickerstaff would be good
too.
Yeah.
Todd's going to be
I feel bad for their vocal cords.
inaudible by week 7. Heck, if he's yelling at quarterbacks like crazy, he might be done by training camp. Quarterbacks
It's a good way to get out of a press
speak
conference,
today.
isn't it?
Well, it won't happen. He's got to roll out there.
got nothing left.
I got nothing.
I got to tell you, the quarterbacks look good. I'm really happy.
Yeah.
Who's your starter? What? Oh, okay. All right. It's a great way. That's right up there with the person that got out of grand jury duty while I was sitting in the grand jury duty room, and they're like, "I'm sorry, I suffer from narcolepsy," and I was like, "Sell it, man, sell it." I'm sorry, I suffer from narcolepsy. Get out of jury duty.
I wonder.
You got nothing to do with me today. I'm good with it.
I wonder what's actually in Todd Monken's head on this. You know, I wonder what he really thinks about this situation. He's not going to tell us.
He's like, "Damn, where's Lamar?" Oh man,
these are the quarterbacks he's been given to work with, and I kind of wonder what he's thinking. You know, he had Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. That was really good, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had Jameis Winston in Tampa, and Ryan Fitzpatrick was there with him at the time. And Jameis was intriguing. Is that a nice way to put it?
Yeah, it was a good mix, though, wasn't it? Don't you think it was a good mix? It wasn't bad. It wasn't horrible.
Jameis had a pretty good year under Todd.
Yeah,
A couple of them.
yeah.
But I just wonder. I wonder what he's really thinking. I wonder if
I think he's thinking, I need somebody I can trust. Who can I trust to execute the plays that I want run? That has to be the number one overall thought process of any head coach at any level, especially in the NFL.
I would think that's accurate, and to run the offense the way I see it, and to try to be as mistake-free as possible. I wonder. I mean, they clearly have nailed it down to 2 guys so far. You know, I mean, Dylan Gabriel's not being mentioned, so I would think that tells you all you need to know. And when we just heard him say, you know, how he's splitting up those reps, you didn't hear Dylan's name there. And Taylor Green looks like for this year anyway, he's going to be an intriguing sideshow. You know, will he do anything? Will he run anything? Who knows? Doesn't sound like anybody else is going to get the opportunity. Now, maybe nobody else deserves the opportunity. Let's be honest about that.
True.
So you've got to figure out these 2 guys. Your thought that you threw out in the end talking about Deshaun being cut. Do you think that's viable?
I think it's always on the table. I don't know if that's what I'm the only person in town screaming about return on investment, especially when everyone was like, we're done with Deshaun after he got hurt. I'm like, guys, you may be done with Deshaun, but you know, the front office is still paying him to be here. Now the question is, are they going to pay him not to be here? Because they have that option now too, which I don't think they had before June 1st. So that's on the table. And let's not forget, they had 2 veteran quarterbacks last year, and they said goodbye to them before the beginning of the season. So I think everything's on the table for this team. I think Monken's probably saying to himself, if we have to go into this thing, can I win with either one of these quarterbacks? And I'll be honest, maybe we're worrying about the wrong things, Because when we get into the regular season, what tends to pop up at least 2 or 3 times a year when it comes to a win? No.
Oh,
Special
to a win.
teams. How many times have we watched special teams make a...
We're not going special teams
No,
and
but what I'm
OTAs
saying
here, our
is-
mandatory minicamp, are we?
No, but what I'm saying is sometimes I think we put too much on the offense. So what does he really need?
Andy,
what
I
does
don't
he
know,
really...
man.
I'm just
You
saying...
saw that thing last year.
I know.
It was putrid.
I know. But how many games did we lose because of special teams? How many? Maybe 2 more
Not
wins?
as many as you lost because your offense stunk.
But if you convert a field goal...
Then you're a
Then you're
7-win
not-
team.
Okay.
Great.
So, and I'm just saying, and look at your defense right now. How many wins can your defense get you? I'm just throwing it out there.
Hopefully
this
more
is
than
a hard.
5.
This is a hard way to win.
Last year they got you 5.
It's a hard way to win, right? This is like watching guards ball last year. Okay, how are we going to win? Our defense is going to put us in position so we can at least give special teams a chance to kick a field goal. Again, we're talking about an offense that can't get past 16 points. So tell me, when you look at the Browns' offense now, they're going to get past 16 points. Today, I don't see it.
The offense is full of interesting young players surrounded by question marks.
A lot of question marks.
That's okay because young players are going to be question marks until they get a chance to actually play.
So what can you count on? You can count on the defense, and if you can count on your special teams, you will be competitive.
The defense that we're assuming that we can count on the defense. I'm assuming it.
You have 9 of 11.
You're assuming
9 of 11 starters coming back.
Okay.
And you've got a former defensive rookie of the year that everyone seems to be very excited about.
All right.
That's good against the run. That's good against the pass. Is he Myles Garrett level of statistics? No. Is he guaranteed Hall of Famer the way Myles Garrett was? Probably not. But I think the step back with Verse could have been way worse.
Oh, sure.
We could have been looking at maybe what if they would have taken 2 first-round picks instead of 1 first-round pick and Verse. There's something tangible there that makes me comfortable walking into the season compared to not like, oh, well, we got to fill this spot. What are they going to? Who's going to start there?
I agree with that, Andy. The question to me, though, is this. How impactful will the loss of arguably the 2 most important people on defense be? Myles Garrett and Jim Schwartz. We don't know what the loss of Jim Schwartz is going to mean to this team. We're going to have to see it on the field. With Myles, you won 5 games. My guess is you could win 5 with Jared Verse, but and that's no knock on Myles. It's no knock on Verse. I mean, there's more to it than this, like the offense. But between Myles and Schwartz, the 2 most important people on defense aren't there anymore. And I wonder if that have a huge impact. But it's something that they're going to have to overcome. They're going to have to figure it out, and then they're going to have to prove themselves. I mean, Verse is going to have to prove that he can do what he did in Los Angeles here in Cleveland. It's nothing more than that. Just do what you did.
Do you think he can?
And get
I
better.
do.
Yeah, I do too.
I do too. I have complete faith in this guy.
And, can Mike Rutenberg be a good defensive coordinator? Hope so.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can they stay healthy? That's the other question.
Let's find out. We'll have to wait and see, will we not?
Yeah, we don't have a choice. So I think that we sit here and we talk about the quarterback ad nauseum, but I can't tell you.
But for good reason, though.
Yeah, but
Andy.
I can't tell you how many times that the offense put the team in position and they didn't walk away with even 3 in the past. So if that's 1 or 2 games.
Last year they walked away with 3. Schmidt was pretty good.
But early in the season, it didn't feel that way.
No, but he was pretty good all year.
It took a little while. Yeah, I agree. I'm just.
It's just the offense just has to get its act together, and that begins at the quarterback spot. And I wonder if Todd Monken, and he has to sell it. This is what he's been given. How awful would it be if your head coach walked out, during mandatory minicamp and said, "Yeah, you know what, my hunch was right. We don't have one."
And then what do you do?
Then I don't know what you do.
Then you cut Watson and try to get somebody else in here.
Call Arizona and see if they want to get rid of Jacoby, who's,
I don't know if I'm going that route.
Contractually. My guess is, Andy, that they think they have one. They're going to play one of these guys, and they're gearing up to 2027, and away you go. Unless somebody stuns everybody, you're going to draft one in 2027, and you're going to move on.
Would you be shocked when the season starts if Watson, Sanders, or Gabriel are not here? One of those three, I don't think is going to be here.
No, I wouldn't be stunned.
But I feel like that's where we're going with this thing. One of those three will not be here.
I would think there's a better chance that Taylon Green is on the team than all three of the other quarterbacks. Than the three as a group. You know what I mean?
I see. So you play the field. It's either Taylor Green or the field. And you're saying someone from the field.
Someone from the field.
I think so.
Won't
I just
be here.
I don't know how they. Unless somebody gets hurt, it's Watson. I don't know who it is. I'll be honest with you. I don't know who fans even want at this point. I mean, do you think fans would be happy if Watson's the starting quarterback?
No, but I don't think they'd be unhappy. I think Shedeur is obviously everybody's favorite.
Right.
And that's okay. He's charismatic. Had some glimpses last year where he looked like he could end up developing into a good NFL quarterback. Mm-hmm. And we hope that happens, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the concept here. And my guess is Todd Monken hopes he can.
I just think they played it wrong last year. I still don't understand why they started Gabriel out of the gate.
Well, they drafted him first, and clearly they were he was better in their minds.
Why did they get rid of both the veterans before? I don't understand that. Why didn't they keep one of the vets?
That's mind-boggling
Sanders
to me as well, Andy.
And Gabriel, they would have given a chance. I just, and then when Sanders would have got a shot probably by the end of the year, I just think it would have been a better place for him to be. More of a. And although you're at the end of the year, guys are banged up. You're still not getting the best play out of these guys. I still think there's another quarterback coming at some point, and I might be on an island thinking that, but I think there's another QB in the picture somewhere who they have their eye on.
Andy, I don't think that. I'd like to think that, but I don't think that.
You have to have a plan B, right?
Well, they have four guys.
No, I'm just outside of the four guys that they have. You can't tell me they don't have something in the back of their minds.
Do you really think they're looking at all four of these guys and thinking we need to go get a quarterback?
Here's the only reason you wouldn't, because you're more worried about the draft pick for next year and you don't care if you win this year. That's why you wouldn't. Okay, we're going at it with these four guys. We're going to let our young guys cut their teeth this year. That's what we're doing, and we don't care if we win. And in fact, if we lose, we're better off because now we get closer to that draft pick we really want. It would make me sick if that's the way they're thinking.
Along with the quarterback situation, the Browns are looking at the guys in front of the quarterback. And Monken said last week during OTAs, okay, we think we have four of the five guys. But they're looking for that fifth. And they're maybe being a little creative about looking for that fifth. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps at 11 o'clock. Andrew Siciliano, play-by-play man on the Browns Radio Network, is going to join us. Going to talk to Andrew at 11 right here on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Book.
play host to the San Antonio Spurs. After losing the first 2 games at home, San Antonio able to bounce back with a victory in Game 3 on Monday night, 115-111. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, Andrew Siciliano, play-by-play man on the Browns Radio Network, going to join us. Been hanging out there at mandatory minicamp.
Is it mandatory for him if you're the play-by-play guy?
I don't know.
I don't think so. But he's here. I've seen some of his stuff online. It's been pretty good.
I'm sure he'll appreciate hearing that.
I'm happy to tell him that. He's a teammate.
It's been pretty good.
We're all teammates. You listen, you're on
Pretty
the team.
good doesn't sound like, wow, that's been great stuff. It's like, yeah, okay, you pass, Andrew. You get the Baskin seal of approval.
It's hard. It's not easy to get the Baskin seal of approval. You've waited 15 years.
I'm still waiting.
You got your good housekeeping seal,
I'm
but
still waiting.
We'll get it fixed.
why
Yeah,
did
we
that
sure
matter,
will.
by the way? Who cares about? Like, if you got the good housekeeping seal of approval? How did that become
I mean,
a thing?
some magazines just have power. I mean, in the same way that you see commercials perpetually with a magazine that's up there. That always gives the seal of approval. In fact, one of them's running all the time right now with that certain magazine.
I couldn't tell you what that magazine is, but I'm sure I'll figure it out at some point. The good housekeeping seal of approval?
No, not that one. It is a magazine that is used to give reviews for all kinds of things, mostly known for cars.
Oh, okay. I'm with you on that.
Oh,
Yeah, all right.
Dan's not going to go ahead and say because they're not advertising with us.
That's right.
Well, I get yelled at, and then you guys get yelled at.
I'm not-
and
yeah, I'm
I
not-
don't want to get pulled into a
I got
Schmel.
news. I am not taking a bullet for you.
No,
today. No
no,
way.
no, no.
There are some days I
Siciliano at
would,
11.
but
nothing good comes from getting pulled into a meeting.
what do you think the Baskin and Phelps seal of approval would be worth to somebody?
There's another big thing that Munkin and
Is
the
it right up
Browns
there
are
with being friend of the show?
It would
trying
be
to
it would be
decide.
right on top of every donut and bagel across this fine land.
Oh,
We're going to talk about
yeah,
that.
I'll tell you what you want is the pizza or the steak seal.
Yeah, I was
soon
gonna
as-
say,
yeah.
steak, yeah.
we
steak
hear
do.
from Mike in Avon. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good. Jeff's trying to run a show. Dan and I are still loopy from the last 2 days.
Well, Andy, it's actually you're the reason why I called because you asked why we traded the veterans.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, why did we do that? Well, if it helps, so if you look back at what we got back, we got for Pickett, we got a draft pick. I think it was both of them were 5th rounders, but we parlayed them into.
What did we get? Parker Brailsford for one of them? Or was that ours?
No, it's the Alabama center, and then
That's-
Taylor
yeah,
Green.
that's him.
Technically,
That's
we used the
Brailsford.
199 to get Taylor Green.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right.
baby.
So Roy was
It's my
Royer,
guy, Mike.
Was Royer ours? Is that who it was? Joe Royer, the tight end?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we'll see what they can do.
that was-
Some good pieces. As far as like if you look at like what you could have kept, right? I would have kept Joe Flacco for like the veteran, helping them because I think him and Shador probably had like I don't know. Joe just got along with the young guys, but like as far as Kenny Pickett, I don't know if I wanted him teaching my son to throw the football. So I think we're
Wow.
all right with what we got back.
Harsh, Mike.
Sorry.
Harsh.
Little hand.
Kenny's now gainfully employed in Carolina.
Yeah, they needed a vet. Never mind. I got to turn the page on last year, kids. We all do.
Do you? Last week.
I think we'll finally turn the page when the Watson era ends here. Is it really an era? I don't know. Is
We
that
got to
another
wait
word?
another year, maybe?
I don't know. There's still a part of me that thinks that he could be gone by the time the regular season starts. I just don't know where he'll be. Would he just be a free agent sitting out there in limbo waiting for another team to pick him up, or will they find another place to pick him? Dan thinks he's going to be in limbo land. So you don't think he'll be in limbo land?
Oh, I think they cut him and he sits at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Limbo
Yeah,
land.
I don't think anybody's running and picking that guy up.
The other issue that they're taking a pretty good look at right now, last week Munkin talked about he's real sure he's got 4 of the 5 starting offensive linemen. He's looking for that 5th.
Okay.
And the question about the 5th is, what will Elton Jenkins end up playing? Will Elton be at center or will he be at guard? If he's at right guard, he's most of his experience in the NFL, Dano, was at left guard. And he's played a little tackle, but mainly a left guard in Green Bay when he made Pro Bowl.
Correct. So the Packers cross-train all of their offensive linemen to play all 5 positions because their idea is they want to get all 5 guys out on the field that are the best that they could get their hands on. So Elton Jenkins does have the ability to play all 5 positions if you need him to, but he is best suited for guard.
And can you move from left guard to right guard? Probably so. Can you move from center that he played last year to right guard? Probably so. But there's been a little bit of a development because we've talked about Parker Brailsford, who was drafted by the Browns, maybe being able to become the starting center. Would Luke Whippler become the starting center, which would allow you to move?
Yeah, Luke practiced yesterday, didn't he? Was that part of that? It was one of the headlines.
If he's healthy enough, if he could, be back and play, could that work? Could Zach Zinter be the guy at right guard? You drafted him in the 3rd round. You sure hope so. I would think he's either. I'd almost think if Zach's not starting, he's going to get cut. You never know. But a different guy has been at right guard, and that's KT Leviston. And you might remember KT. They got him from the Rams, and he ended up playing last year, and we saw him out there quite a bit for the Browns. But he was at right guard so far here at mandatory minicamp for a little bit, and here's what Monken had to say about that.
We're just trying to move guys around a little bit to see where we can find the best 5. We do like his power and his toughness. From what we've seen from last year, obviously you don't see it here, but last year when he got a chance to play, boy, you could see that. Running off the football, his aggressiveness, finishing plays, you love that about him. So those kind of guys are always trying to find a spot for him.
Started 7 games last year, and he's a big guy, 6'4", 330.
I mean, you would assume that he's ahead of Austin Barber, the guy they drafted this year?
Well,
right?
but Austin Barber is supposedly getting some pretty good reviews, too. Think about it.
And then what are you doing with Titus Howard, then?
Well, he's playing right tackle. He's your starting right tackle.
I'm sorry, Tevin Jenkins.
Tevin Jenkins maybe signed in the first place to be the guy who swings all over the place and is a backup. See, that's the thing. Right now, I actually think, Andy, they have some legitimate competition for one spot on the offensive line, whatever that spot's going to be. You drafted Barber in the 3rd, mainly a tackle, but there's been talk you could move him inside. We'll see. That might be a lot to ask for a rookie. You have KT Leviston, who is mainly a tackle, but obviously they're trying to move him inside.
Okay.
If Brailsford plays center, that puts Jenkins at guard. If Whippler plays center, it puts Jenkins at guard. Not Tevin Jenkins, Elton Jenkins. And if nothing else works, you can put Tevin Jenkins back out there. And remember, he is the guy who stepped in when they decided Wyatt Teller wasn't playing like Wyatt Teller had played in the past.
Yeah, that was a weird thing over the weekend.
Wyatt spoke about that in Houston.
Yeah, no, we were.
Said maybe I needed to be a little more motivated and blah, 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 and whatever, here you go. That was still weird to me.
There's another X factor here.
Do you like the depth, though?
Yeah, I think
the fact that there are actually some choices here.
Yeah, but it's all over the place, Jeff. It's not like I don't feel like anything. This is why I like OTAs, because it gives you a chance to make it solid. It's the offensive line is not solid, right? It's.
Well, you got 4 guys. You have 4 of the 5.
Yeah, but again, they haven't played together. Like I can't say it enough when you're talking about offensive line. Yesterday,
well, Andy,
we talked about why is Joel Bitonio even being considered for Hall of Fame? Because look at how it was when he started in the league. He was next to Alex Mack. He was next to Joe Thomas. You talk about consistency. You just have to, patch one hole in the dam. We have 5 holes in that dam right now.
No, you know what? I disagree.
You have no starters back from last year. Maybe DeJuan.
But they did patch the holes. They have 4 starters
on paper. I got to see it. I mean, we sit here. You
well,
say
they
did all
signed them
this.
to be. What you need to see is if they're going to be any good. They have the starters. What we don't know is if they're going to be any good.
Here's the other X factor. What's going on with DeJuan Jones? Where's he going to be? Wasn't he the big investment? I mean,
No.
I know he's a 4th-round pick,
Right,
but
because he was a
big,
fourth-round
but
pick.
big was the key word there for investment.
You know why?
Because he's big.
There it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
He'll be your swing tackle, don't you think?
If
If he's healthy and good to go?
Yeah. I think he'll start some games at some point too.
I hope not. That would mean Titus Howard or Spencer Fano either aren't playing very well or they get hurt. See, this is when we get into training camp, this is going to get even more interesting. I just think I like what they did on the offensive line. They filled holes. Did they bring in, absolute dominant type of offensive linemen? No. Everybody they brought in has a question mark on them, but they also have some experience. Fano is the guy who you hope steps up and is really good. If he's not, then you've got an issue. And he has to be good as a rookie, I think. Don't you?
Yeah.
At least competent.
Well, the fans are looking for a return on investment on their first two number one overall picks. I mean, not number one overall, first round picks, right? Fans are going to be keeping an eye on that all season long. Hey, how'd that draft work out? Because if you don't like what they did, you're going to be all over Barry, all over him. And then you're going to be questioning even more, Miles, trading Miles and go, oh, they got a first round pick, but what are they going to do with it? How often have we heard that up until last year? Well, do you trust him? Do you trust him to do this? Well, suddenly they're starting to become a little bit of trust, but they got to win games. These guys could all be great individually, but if they can't play together and we can't score more than 16 points, it doesn't matter how good the drafts are.
Well, that's the truth.
And other teams get better too. We sit here, we look at our roster, and you're like, this team of Baltimore doesn't look so bad. We don't look at other teams.
I don't think it would be overly enjoyable to break down the Los Angeles Chargers today, do you?
No, but the Rams are interesting. Are we hearing that Donald's coming back? I heard that this morning.
He's been working out. That's some rumbling going on. You know who might know?
Who?
Our LA connected friend. That'd be Andrew Siciliano, and he's coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
Yes.
An Odyssey Sports.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Big players talking today. The quarterback's expected to speak in Berea today after practice. So that'll come up in the afternoon show, and we'll talk all about it tomorrow here on Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps, my partner, Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan behind the glass, and the man who's going to sound like he's in studio thanks to the beauty of modern technology is the play-by-play voice of the Browns. He's on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's Mr. Andrew Siciliano. Hello, Andrew.
Good morning to you, gentlemen.
How are you, sir?
How are you?
We're well.
Good.
How about you?
Fantastic. Beautiful day. Sun is shining. We got a heat advisory. Football outdoors. What more can you ask for? It feels like training camp, but different.
Oh, you could ask for a starting quarterback, but they don't have one.
Oh, that's true.
See what you did there. See what you did there.
Well, you led me to it. You
walked right into that
You
one.
took me right there, Andrew.
Swinging a drive.
Tell me I'm too hung up on this line. Because I heard Todd say it yesterday, and I thought, my hope the whole time has been somebody is clearly better than everybody else. And he said, as much as I'd love to make that decision on quarterback, either by someone separating themselves upwards or downwards, either way, which has not occurred. Upwards or downwards. I want somebody just to go and, that's our starting quarterback. There's the guy, Andrew. Apparently not yet, huh?
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, and I think there are a couple of ways to look at it. You could look at it really positively, and that is, like, take yesterday's practice, for example. Both quarterbacks made plays, and both at times look really good. And there's positive to be taken from that. You can look at it the other way and go like, well, no one's really separated themselves, so I'm not going to name a starter because I don't have an obvious winner. And I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. I'm not trying to be a Pollyanna here. I think it's somewhere in the middle. So they haven't named a starting quarterback yet. I don't think it's the end of the world. And even though Todd Monken had said, and he said it repeatedly, that he would like to have a starter figured out when we break tomorrow, I don't know that it's the end of the world if he doesn't. There is no game on June 11th. And to suggest that we have to name a starting quarterback on June 11th, to me, discounts any competition you're going to have in training camp. It discounts, I think, the most important parts of training camp, like the joint practice with the Bills when they come to town. We know how important they were last year with the joint practices in both Carolina and in Philadelphia. I think that matters. Camp matters. I don't think you need to name a starter, even though it would be great for talk radio. It would be great for all of us to have an idea of where you're going. And it would be great, I think, as well, for the offense to know who that guy is. But competition's a good thing. Haven't we always said that?
Yes, we've heard that frequently. I buy
but
it.
I understand the
buy
exhaustion. And I'm not trying to make the sports talk radio thing only.
I just want to have one, Andrew.
You guys just want it. I get it. And not only you guys, all of us. Everybody wants some clarity. We all want clarity. I totally understand that part of it.
Well, let me straight up ask, what Shedeur look like yesterday? How did he look?
He looked okay. He looked pretty good. Made plays downfield. He definitely looked good. He's definitely made strides. He definitely looks better now than he did a month ago, which is certainly understandable. He's a second-year quarterback learning another offense. Matter of fact, 3 offenses in 3 years. So, yeah, he's a young player. And Deshaun looks great physically. Made some good throws yesterday. I think the bigger question today is all positive for Shedeur, by the way, yesterday, just to be clear, is how does Deshaun look today when they flip it and he gets the first-team reps? Yesterday was Shedeur's day. Today's Deshaun's day. And tomorrow they split it up. So I think they've both had their moments in camp where you're like, all right, yeah, I see it.
It would be a huge story if Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback and looks like he looked at one time when he was a Houston Texan.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be huge? That's a tough story too, Andrew. That's a lot of time, a lot of time away, a lot of injuries, a lot of stuff. That would be a huge, huge football story if he's able to do that.
Deshaun Watson led the NFL in passing in 2020. It was 6 years ago. 6 years ago. Okay? That was a long time ago. Is that guy still there? I think so. He hasn't had many great moments. Look, I know we all know how many games he's missed. He's played like 19 games. The Deshaun that we keep going back to, or at least that I keep going back to, like I want to see that guy again, was the guy Week 10, 2023, second half on the road in Baltimore. When he goes 14-14, Greg Newsome has a pick six, David Njoku is breaking tackles, looking like the old Chief, the young Chief, the guy that nobody could bring down, Chief, on that final drive, and then Dustin Hopkins in his blessed I hit everything and won games from 50 every week year in 2023 hits the game winner, and the Browns get 7 wins, and you think we're going to the Super Bowl, and then we wake up on Tuesday morning to the headline that Deshaun has an ankle injury and a broken shoulder, and he's out for the year. So Todd Monken, by the way, was there that day. He was the Ravens offensive coordinator. Can you get back to that guy? I don't know. Yeah. The Deshaun that we saw in 2024 wasn't that good. Now, there's a lot going on that year. You had a new OC, and you had, the offensive line was a mess. There's a lot of ththings going on in 2024. How many times did we see Deshaun really look like that guy in 2024? I didn't see it. Nick Harris got called for an awful holding penalty in Vegas that called back a long touchdown. Amari Cooper had the ball on that inbreaker go off his chest that got picked. That wasn't Deshaun's fault. But then, what happened on that final fourth down at the end of the game as well. Like, have we? I'm rambling here. I hope that guy is still there. If he's there, wow, you're right, Phelps. What a story that would be.
I know it's difficult to see some things, but just even your thoughts on the wide receivers, and does anyone jump off the page?
Oh, yeah. Both rookies jump off the page.
Both do?
They both made plays yesterday.
That's fabulous.
Oh, yes. I'm not saying that you need to take them number one in your fantasy draft here. Are you a PPR league? Are you whatever? But
oh my God, you're talking sexy to Phelps. Stop it.
They both absolutely passed the test so far. Absolutely.
How exciting that would be. I mean,
the offensive skill position players are you just want the offense to put points on the board.
Yeah.
And I know that's obviously, that goes without saying, but 16 points a game the last 2 years. Imagine if it were 19 points a game.
It would be a different world.
Yeah. Imagine if it were 20 points a game.
Ooh.
Like, can you get me 20 points a game? If with a healthy Quinshon and Dylan Sampson, and obviously, when Harold Fannon's back on the field, and I think it is important yesterday that Todd Monken did say that none of the injuries, and we haven't seen Harold Fannon much in the offseason on the field, if at all, none of these injuries should be significant enough to hold these guys back in training camp. Okay, the weapons are now here. And I'm not trying to sound like Nathan screaming weapons, 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 but the weapons are now here, I think, and they're young. You got to get someone to get them the ball consistently. The offensive line is a heck of a lot better than it was on January 8th when we left Cincinnati. A heck of a lot better. Now, they got to gel, all right? They got to find their footing. We got to figure out, can they work together as a unit? That remains to be seen, but on paper, it's better. I'm not saying this is a 30-point-a-game offense, but the weapons are now here on offense. Just got to get them the ball.
Andrew Siciliano joining us, our play-by-play voice on the Browns radio network. You mentioned offensive line. Andy and I just talked about it last segment, Andrew. I love the fact that Todd said last week, we have 4 of the 5, and now we're kind of moving guys around and seeing who's going to fit and everything else. Between Leviston, Brailsford, Whippler, Tevin Jenkins, Zach Zinter, Austin Barber, and I'm not even going to count DeJuan Jones because I'm just going to think he's the swing tackle. You can find a right guard, can you not?
You can, and obviously that's
center,
the one that,
or a center,
or that's what they have to figure out.
Yeah.
So when Monken says he's got 4 out of 5 figured out, the question is Elton Jenkins your center or is Elton Jenkins your right guard? And I think a lot depends on how Parker Brailsford does play, or Luke Whippler, who we haven't seen on the field. But I'm a Luke Whippler fan, and he's a holdover with DeJuan here and Leviston and Tevin Jenkins, who was brought back, obviously,
and Zinter,
and Zach Zinter, yeah. So my issue is this. I wouldn't call it an issue, but if Elton Jenkins is your right guard, it's great because that means you have a 5th-round rookie who has won a starting job in Parker Brailsford.
Yeah.
Elton Jenkins prides himself on versatility. Right guard is the one position he has not started in the NFL. He's been a very good left guard. He's played left tackle. He's played center. He's played right tackle. He hasn't played right guard. So if that's your move, you're putting him at the one position at which he has never started. I don't doubt that he can play it, but Zion Johnson's going to be your left guard. It doesn't make sense.
He's not going to flip, right? He played left guard for the Chargers.
Unless, look, I've seen crazier things, but I don't think that's going to happen. So if Parker Brailsford truly wins that job, it also means that you feel comfortable enough to put Elton Jenkins at right guard, and not Tevin Jenkins. So that's the big question for me on the offensive line.
Tell me about Jared Verse's orientation, like freshman orientation. How was it this week? Or has it been?
I think he looks great. And let's step back for a second, and this goes for the quarterbacks, and it goes for Jared Verse, goes for everyone else. They're not in pads, they're in shorts. This isn't real football. Okay?
Right.
It's not. It isn't. It is not real football. Listen to Brian Schottenheimer, listen to Kevin O'Connell, listen to Sean McVay, listen to any other coach who's been at a podium these last 2 weeks. It's not real football yet. Okay? But Jared Verse was in the backfield yesterday, and he looks really good. Okay, so both can be true, and you should be excited. I had a conversation with him after the show yesterday, or after practice yesterday. That's going to drop on clevelandbrowns.com later this week. Maybe today, I'm not sure. No, Batonio's dropping today. Also had a great sit-down with Joel yesterday. But Jared Verse, I think, is feeling more and more comfortable every day. He's learning his way around town, learning his way around the backfield. He looks good in number 8. You could hear him at practice. He is, and Alex Wright said the same thing to Nathan and Bo yesterday. He is, you see it every single day. He is going to be a difference maker.
You mentioned Joel Batonio. I think we all assumed that this was going to happen when we didn't hear anything about him, and the Browns brought in 4 offensive linemen and everything else. Still disappointing to see a guy who we love watching play football and love having represent our team and our city retire from the NFL. Good for him, but kind of a tough day yesterday.
Yeah, it's the end of an era.
Sure is.
Because he was the last link. Nathan made this great point yesterday. He's the last link to Joe Thomas and that offensive line. I mean, Deshaun Watson's now the longest tenured guy in the offense. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah, think about that.
Wow.
Think about that.
That's rough, Andrew.
Joel should be in Canton one day, and I think if he could get through the day-to-day grind physically, he would still be playing.
I got that feeling too.
Yeah, but he can't do it anymore. But I'm happy that he gets to be the full-time dad. He's lost about 25 pounds. He's under 300. Told me yesterday he hasn't been under 300 since high school. He looks good. He feels good. He's got vacation coming up. He can be that full-time dad and try to figure out what the next stage in life looks like. I think it can't be overstated. Whether he gets into Canton, we'll see. But he's Hall of Fame in the community in Northeast Ohio, and that's legit, and it's sincere, and it was never forced. It was always real, no matter what he did, whether it was shopping with families or whether it was at the ballet. Like, it was always real. And he had a blue-collar background. Not everyone from Southern California is a surfer. Right? And by the way, there are blue-collar surfers. But, like, he's not Mr. Hollywood. He's blue-collar. He wrapped his arms around this town, and it's amazing how Northeast Ohio wrapped their arms around him. We're going to miss him, truly miss him. And he was never about himself, ever, whether it was in the locker room or on the podium or in the community, and I love that.
And I think you know this better than anybody else, does he have the street cred to get into Canton across the league? Like, we know it. You would just explain. You were talking to the audience that knows that. My question is the audience that doesn't.
So I think he does, but guards are tough, and he said this on the podium yesterday as well. It's guards don't make there are no Instagram highlight reels of guards. Okay,
that's really true.
NFL films. You turn on NFL Network at 1 a.m. when you can't sleep. There is no best guards of the 80s.
Right.
Like, there is, and if they do that show, it is on at 1 a.m. Right. So he's not a first ballot guy. I think he deserves that consideration, but I think Joel knows that as well. It's one of those ones where he's probably going to have to wait a bit, but his name is always going to be part of the conversation, and I do see a day that he can get in. Now, Joel could have, by the way, fought through this and went and played someplace in California this year, potentially, and tried to go chase that ring. And with a ring, he obviously gets more street cred and he gets more pub for the Hall of Fame. He chose not to do that. I think it speaks to what he said yesterday online, and he didn't chat GPT that. He wrote that. I could only see myself in an orange helmet.
Yeah, cool. The only way we know guards is from holding calls. I hate to say it, and so that's bad. That's how you become
chasing
popular.
Down Devin Hester in Atlanta.
Very good point. Yep. Very good point.
Andrew, always a pleasure. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Likewise, guys. You coming out here to practice? You get a schwitz with us?
The problem is you're practicing while we're on the air.
Oh, gosh.
I guess we could take a little unit out there and talk while you're out there. I'm sure you'll be at the. Are we at the game today or no? You going? Oh no, you're at football.
No, I can't go to the guards because we got football. I was there Monday night, though.
I figured.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
See you, boys.
Andrew Siciliano on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joel Bitonio retiring yesterday, and Andrew said it, end of an era. I want to discuss it next here on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
was slipping out of first place. Parker Messick will be getting the start for Cleveland today. So far this season, he's 6-2 with a 2.40 ERA. Carlos Rodon will be on the hill for New York. First pitch from Progressive Field is at 1:10. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
I poured myself into it. I was, 100% committed to this team and this organization. And I truly always wanted to be the best version of myself to help make the team as good as we could be. And that's what I pushed for. And that's what, I hope people remember. This guy was tough. He was going to be out there. He was going to fight for his teammates and was just a consistent guy.
He was. And consistently good. Consistent's one thing. Consistently good is another. And Joel Bitonio certainly was. That was Joel from his press conference yesterday when he announced his retirement. We all saw this one coming when things were so quiet for so long, Andy, and the Browns signed so many people on the offensive line.
Yeah. I don't know what he was. Dan and I talked about this yesterday. Did June 1st make a difference for him? Did it make a difference for the team? I don't know if there was a financial ramification of waiting till after June 1st, and then if they didn't make the Jared Verse trade, maybe we would have heard about this on June 1st. But I thought what he said yesterday was unbelievably heartfelt. He talked about his links and like his ties to the community. I thought Andrew brought it up well about him being a Southern California guy that never, ever, ever felt like a Southern California guy. And I'm not saying that Southern California is bad. We know there's a difference between people from Cleveland and people from L.A. and
Southern California people.
I do not hate Southern California people. Stop. There's something about his tie to the community that if you didn't know it before yesterday, you do now.
One thing that I think is really interesting, and Andrew touched on it, and I thought the same thing. It's kind of the end of an era. And the era that I kind of think it's the end of, it officially, to me, kind of closes the door on Joe Thomas, Joel Bitonio. Joel kind of, to me, was still a tie to Joe, and that carryover was there a little bit. Throw in Alex Mack, J.C. Treader, and even more recently, the guys that Joel played with, Ethan Posick and Wyatt Teller, and Jack Conklin. There were some really good offensive linemen who have come in through this organization in the last, 15 years? A lot of them.
Yeah.
And they're not here anymore. And that to me is the end of an era. And your talk about continuity on the offensive line, it's extremely valid. The Browns went out and signed. It's like, I'm sorry, have you started in the NFL on the offensive line? Hi, we're the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Would you like a contract? They had to do that. They really did. And then they backed it up in the draft. But to me, it's the end of an era, Andy, that was, think about Nick Chubb. Think about Kareem Hunt and how those two guys benefited from playing behind really good offensive lines. The last group kind of went south last year, with injuries and whatever it was with Wyatt Teller. And Wyatt mentioned the word maybe he became complacent here. I don't know that. I thought Wyatt did a wonderful job here after being picked up by John Dorsey from Buffalo. But to me, that's the end of an era. And that's maybe even a bigger thing that the Browns have to rebuild than anything else. And, Spencer Fano will be long-term. Whether it's at left tackle, if that doesn't work out, they'll move him somewhere else. You would think he's here 5, 6, 10, 12 years, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder about Austin Barber. This is a guy who could end up being here. He's the one guy we're not mentioning a whole lot. He might be a guy, Andy, who is here for a year or so in a backup role, and then maybe next year the Browns move on from some of the guys they brought in free agency on the offensive line, because that happens all the time, as we know. Barber may be ready to go. Maybe he becomes your right tackle. Maybe, something happens with Titus Howard. Who knows? Will Zach Zinter ever get a starting spot on this team? I think it's now or never. Brailsford, Whippler. These are young guys who could form the offensive line for the next 5 to 6 to 7 years. If they can, there's a new era. But people, I think, tend to really like offensive linemen in our town because you just think about the guys who have, they don't get much praise. They work their what's off. They get into a fist fight on every play.
Yeah.
And they're dealing with the nastiest guys in the NFL, defensive linemen, big, strong, nasty guys. Every play they're getting into a fight.
Fair to say, I don't think there's any question, Joel Bitonio was the best pick Ray Farmer had? That's fair, isn't it?
Second-round pick out of Nevada.
Yeah. So, I mean,
not a high bar, by the way.
Well, especially when you had Justin Gilbert and Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, that's not a high bar.
In the same draft,
Not
Kirksey was okay. Christian Kirksey was okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Played a lot of linebacker for other teams as well.
That's true.
Yeah, I just, to me, that group of offensive linemen did some really good things here. And whether it was, Mack or Treader or Posick, you had a pretty good veteran center. And Jack Conklin came in late. Jack was a good right tackle till he got just all beat up.
Yeah, we're just in a different world right now, especially when you look at the offensive line and you need a scorecard this year, it's going to be strange. It's almost like I don't know. It's like starting pitching for the Guardians too. Like you always kind of know at least 2 or 3. And this year I think we knew more coming back, but it's like getting a whole new rotation. It's like getting 5 new starters. It is. Well, it is 5 new starters. It's not even alike.
I wonder.
It really is.
George Warhop has a great reputation as an offensive line coach. Was here before. This is not an easy task that he's been given. You laid it out earlier about nobody's back. Well, the only guys who are back: KT Leviston, Whippler, Tevin Jenkins, and Zach Zinter, and Dewan.
Yeah.
So there are 5 guys back. There are 11 guys here. I just think it's kind of fascinating that they literally have 6 guys who, you tell me, I think 6 guys in contention for a starting spot on the offensive line.
Are you including Brailsford in there?
Well, I'm eliminating Fano, Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins, and Titus Howard because they're going to start. Munkin's already told us that.
Right.
But KT Leviston, Parker Brailsford, Luke Whippler, Tevin Jenkins, Zach Zinter, maybe Austin Barber. I would think in his rookie year, Austin Barber is going to be a backup tackle.
That would make sense.
And learn how to play those spots. But when they drafted him, there was talk, and this is a guy you could move inside. Well, if you move him inside at 6'6", 300 some pounds.
He's a big boy.
That's how sometimes you find great guards. Tackles who you think, well, but you know what, let's move him inside. And that happens and that works. So I love the fact that there are actually 6 guys. And because you got to figure one of them is going to step up.
Yeah. Can I go back to 1 second?
Then you have depth.
Just the fact that you brought up a guard made me realize this too. Do you think Joel gets in the Hall of Fame? I think everyone here thinks he gets in the Hall of Fame.
Unlikely. I say it for this reason.
Yeah, so you're the only person that said that so far because I think the people that we talked to yesterday
Andy,
all felt like he was going to get into the Hall of Fame.
The reason why
we talked about this because guard is not a tangible thing, really, to say, oh, look what he did here. He talked about not having a reel on Instagram. I keep looking back saying, yes, I think he's had a Hall of Fame. And Joe Thomas was the guy that first started stomping for him to be in the Hall of Fame. But if it's
you didn't ask me if I think he should be.
Well, let me ask you. 1, do you think he will?
I think it's unlikely, but I do think there's a path. Unfortunately, in my estimation, Joel will be one of those guys who is a Veterans Committee pick, and he'll be like in his 50s. And he'll come back and he'll get into the Hall of Fame.
Because Mary Kay already said that she would make a strong argument for him.
I'm sure she will.
In the meetings to get in. I keep going back to, and it wasn't that long ago, 2007, that it took that long to get Gene Hickerson in. When he blocked for, three of the best and the best when you talk about Jim Brown.
And Jim will tell you.
And Jim did tell you.
Yep.
Before he passed. So that's the reason why I'm just hesitant on jumping on this while he's got a gold jacket coming. And it's the same reason why I asked Andrew. I'm like, I think we all think he is. I just don't know if he has the street cred across the league to get some beat writer in Kansas City to say, oh yeah, Joel Bitonio, first time. No, I don't see. I don't know unless she makes that argument that's so strong that he gets in quickly.
I just called up the Pro Football Hall of Fame website.
Although I do give Jimmy Haslam credit, if he does get there, it helps when the owner of the team in his very first statement starts talking about him, wearing a gold jacket and having the opportunity to go to Canton. I think he'll be. At first, I thought it was Myles Garrett that would be the first name that we would see in the new Ring of Honor at the Dome. Now and if they want Joel to be in the Hall of Fame, they will put him in that Ring of Honor pretty quickly once they get into the new stadium.
There's just not an abundance of guards. It's an unsung position. I think Joel is very worthy. I mean, he's outstanding. Another thing that doesn't work in his favor is the Browns weren't very good when he was here.
That's the other problem.
Now it didn't hurt Joe Thomas.
No,
but Joe played left tackle.
High-profile position.
Right, he played left tackle. So do I think Joel Bitonio's Hall of Fame caliber? Absolutely. Do I think he'll get in? Unlikely, but a chance later.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't get the credit you deserve unless you play a primary position on a team.
You need to touch the football.
On a team that's not very good.
Yeah.
Miles is going to the Hall of Fame, even though he played the bulk of his career in Cleveland and they didn't win anything. Joe Thomas, but he played left tackle. Same story, but he played left tackle. And that's why I think it might be difficult for Joel Bitonio.
The one to watch is Marshall Yanda. If Marshall Yanda gets in, Joel Bitonio gets in. The former guard of the Baltimore Ravens for the Super Bowl run back in the day, Marshall Yanda was unbelievable, if people can remember.
Yeah, but you just said Super Bowl run. There's your caveat.
Well, but that opens the door, is what I mean. Like, if Marshall Yanda gets in, Joel Bitonio should join that one. If you look at the longevity of the career, if you look at their career acolytes, it's all the same. It's very, very similar to each other. 2 Pro Bowls, or not 2 Pro Bowls, 2 All-Pros. Joel Bitonio had the same thing. That's why that's the one I would look to. If they can get Yanda in, I bet you can see Joel Bitonio get in.
Well, there are some guys, with big-name guys that you're going to know who played guard that are in the Hall of Fame, but you've heard the names forever. And these guys are just big-time offensive linemen. Gene Hickerson here in Cleveland, DeLon Malheur, Russ Grimm, John Hanna. And is Joel Bitonio of that caliber? He might be. And I hope that he gets the opportunity to get into the Hall of Fame. All I know is that he was a pleasure always for everybody in the media to deal with. He was a pleasure to watch, and he just showed up and he did his job and he did it well. So, Joel, congratulations and best of luck in what you do next. I think that's outstanding. Could the home team win a game in the NBA Finals? Next on Baskin and Phelps.
first 2 games at home. Looking to tie up the series tonight before the teams head back to San Antonio for Game 5. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. Meredith will answer your phone calls. Dan Mennigan flying our ship today.
Mm-hmm.
You work all season to get home court advantage in the NBA. Then you get into the postseason, and it doesn't seem to mean very much, does it?
Nope, doesn't.
2 wins for the Knicks in San Antonio, 1 win in New York for San Antonio. Bring on Game 3 tonight with the Knicks leading the series 2-1, Andy.
Come on, Spurs.
Yeah?
Got to make it.
You have a rooting interest?
Yeah, I've been rooting for the Spurs. Although I don't something about I don't know if it's the Knicks themselves. It's just the whole New York. I don't know. This big city versus little city thing. I don't know. It's just I can't. I just think the Knicks got so hot against a tired Cavaliers team that it just kind of turned me off. And to watch the last game, Game 3, and see guys like Shamet miss shots at the end of the game that they made against the Cavaliers, and to watch them get cold and they got close at the end. And Anunoby had a chance, missed a key free throw down the stretch. They looked human in that last game. They looked absolutely human, which I can appreciate. And now the Spurs need to take advantage of it. That's all.
You think?
Yeah.
According to
I do have a ton of respect for Brunson, though. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you not
he's tough.
have respect for him.
According to our friends at AI, 40.8%, the winning percentage of road teams in the NBA playoffs this year.
That's interesting.
Well, when you get into this situation, and again, I do think home court advantage means something. It especially means something in a Game 7. But think about, and I think a lot of folks don't think about these points. Road wins in a regular season are a little more challenging than road wins in a playoff to me. And it's for factors that probably don't get the credit that they deserve. If you're out on a road trip, if you're playing, you just flew in, injuries, there are all kinds, and they're little excuses, but they're actual facts. You get into the playoffs, Andy, you get a little more time off. There are no back-to-backs, and you're able to concentrate on one team. You're not the road team coming in that the home team has been sitting there waiting for and practicing for. I just think that the obvious advantage that you think about with the home team are diminished in the playoffs. Diminished. And I think many players love playing in that kind of an environment, being the road team.
What did you say the percentage was, road teams?
According to what AI told me this morning, 40.8.
Do you want to hear something weird? And I know we don't talk about this often. Do you know what the percentage is in the NHL?
No.
41.
Yeah, well, there it is, 41.
Yeah, it's the same. It's exactly the same
It's
thing.
the same.
Wonder why that is.
I don't know.
I mean, you kind of laid it out a little bit there, but it is interesting.
Do you agree with those thoughts, though? I honestly think home court advantage is diminished in the playoffs. I think folks think it's enhanced because your fans are going nuts. I think that might be the case, but players respond to that, road players, and all the other factors are greatly diminished in the playoffs.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
You're not traveling between games,
but
because
so let's go back.
You're going to play 2 in a city.
Let's go back to Game 1, Cavs Knicks. Do you feel like the 22-point comeback is spurred on by the energy in the building for the Knicks?
No, I think it's spurred on by poor defense and lack of timeouts by your coach.
And a team that was just throwing the ball into the ocean and getting points for it. That was to me, for the first time, I saw the Knicks look human in that last game at home, missing shots that they were making earlier in the playoffs. No matter who the Knicks are playing.
Streak. Ended their playoff winning
They
streak.
looked human in that, and they looked beatable, and obviously San Antonio took advantage of it. You can't tell me you don't want the Spurs to win and tie this thing up at 2. The only people that don't are Knicks fans. And by the way, the ratings are through the roof too. I don't know if you've seen that. This has been a really, really well viewed NBA Finals because it's New York.
It's New York, and it's the best player on the planet, arguably right now.
Yeah, it's good. It's been good for the game.
It's a good combination.
It's been really good for the game.
Have we learned anything about our team here in Cleveland based on what we've seen through 3 games of the NBA Finals? Dan and I had this discussion earlier. Dan, you make your point, and I'll tell you why I slightly agree.
Can I throw mine in first? I kind of feel like I'm watching Wemby and the Spurs. I feel like I'm watching Brunson and the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel like I don't have that number. While I know number 2 guys are out, like Castle the other night, I thought played fantastic. You need a number 2. I just feel like it's the top player and the rest of the team. It's Michael Stanley and the band, right? And that's kind of the way I don't know. As I watch these games,
I disagree. I feel like we're looking at really good team ball.
I do too, but I also think that both these teams have a lead singer. That's the difference. It's
if you don't have a lead singer, you're the Beatles.
You have 2 lead singers, maybe
4.
Yeah,
depending on the song.
Come on, man, Ringo's not a lead singer. Can we please?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go call up Sgt. Pepper's.
Like I said.
Let me hear a little help from your friends.
Yeah, let me
Last time these friends helped you.
Yeah. Dan, back me up on the Beatles and then go into the sports take. Tell me, Ringo's not a lead singer. He's not. He just isn't.
Here comes the son. Hey, George, nice job.
I'm not questioning George.
Hey, George, your guitar's gently weeping.
George can sing. George could sing.
Calling what Ringo does singing is kind of generous.
Thank you.
And I love Ringo.
Thank you.
But he sang lead on some songs.
He kind of it's closer to Shatner than it is to actual
singing. He had a 5-note range.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. He had a 5-note range. That's a great way to put it.
What did you say to me this morning about the Cavs and watching this finals?
The physicality of this series is just glaring to me compared to how the Cavaliers want to play. Just watching how Keldon Johnson is pushing around Karl Anthony Towns, Victor Wembanyama's pushing him around on the defensive end, OG Anunoby, the way how hard he is playing, Mikal Bridges on the defensive end, same thing with Josh Hart just being a menace. The physicality that I'm watching in this finals is nowhere near where the Cavaliers are.
And I countered with this. It's not the roster for the Cavs as much as it is the mentality. I mean, and if you've not been around NBA players, like close up, these guys are freaks. Now, they're not all built like Evan Mobley or Victor Wembanyama. And even those guys are still put together. There are very few complete twigs in the NBA. Some of these guys are just huge, and they're strong. And could the Cavs go out and push guys around? If you want to play that way, okay. Yeah, I think it's a mindset, Andy, more than it is, like, for instance, well, Jared Allen's a tall, skinny guy. You got to get rid of him because he's not physical. No, he can be physical.
Sure he can.
It's a mindset. And and Dan, I'll agree with you on that. Maybe the Cavs need to change their mindset. Play a little scrappier on the defensive end, a little more aggressively, physically on the offensive end.
But how do you change that for the? How do you make that happen?
I don't know.
That's probably give up.
That's coaching and that's playing. That's the players themselves. Is it not?
Yeah, but can they go back at it with what they have right now? That formula you just laid out. I don't know that that's this roster.
Sounds like they're going to, and I don't know that that's a good idea.
But do you think the formula you just laid out is possible with the current roster?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, not completely.
Dan, do you think so?
The move that appears to be an absolute lock that I think shouldn't be, but I understand it from a financial standpoint and all that, is the James Harden move. I don't know that James is going to go out and be anybody's physical guard defending anybody. Mobley can pick it up. Allen can pick it up. You can go get a couple of power forwards and bring them in. This team lacks for size. You're going to lose Dean Wade in free agency. Somebody's going to pick up Dean.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're going to need to add some pieces to help with that. But, Dan, if you're going to keep your core together, they have to change their mentality.
I just want to point out and let the record reflect that Jeff Phelps trashed James Harden before I could. Just want the record to reflect that.
Hang on. I got to check with the court.
I think that was
reporter on
just being realistic.
Can you
Is it
replay
not?
the segment for me, please?
I mean, James is
And if you needed to, you could do that
James
on the
is not
Odyssey app.
Drew Holiday, okay? He's not Josh Hart.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, what you're saying is that, do you want to go back and replay the tape on what he said?
Well, I mean, we could do that with the rewind function on the Odyssey app.
You probably could. And that rewind function is
Tell me
powered,
about it, Andy.
Jeff, it's powered by Integrated Restoration.
Yeah.
Your local experts in water, fire, storm, disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration.
Really
and it clubs, baby. Living the
highlight. It was really smooth the way that you broke it. Who's going to win the NBA Finals? I still take the Knicks. I think they win tonight, and then I think they win. I would bet Game 6 back home.
You know what I could see tonight? I could see it. Indiana Jones. Remember when the guy's on the stage and he rips the heart out? That could be the Spurs tonight.
Could you imagine the road team winning the first four games of the NBA Finals?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why not? What do you think? Can the Spurs do that?
I think Knicks get tonight.
I think Knicks get tonight. I think they get Game 6.
I would love...
I think it's 6 and 6.
And it rhymes.
I'm going Spurs. I'm going Spurs tonight.
No, of course. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's been such a close series. I mean, we're talking 2 games that have been decided by balls that were in and out.
Yeah.
I mean, and Stephon Castle hit a shot that still just blows me away.
Yeah, I know.
In Game 3. I mean, my word, that shot was
San
from
Antonio
the end of Madison Square Garden.
If San Antonio could just avoid the 42-point quarter, they'll be fine. And even know what? They gave a 42 the other night and still came back and won.
It is interesting to see the future of the NBA on display in this scene, in this setting, because it's so interesting to watch the Knicks. They try to cut inside, and then they got to turn around and go back out because Wemby's in there. I mean, you can just flat out see the impact that he's making on the defensive end of the floor.
I love watching him because he can block shots that nobody else in the league can.
Yeah.
Guys just cutting across the hoop and
he does it without
by the bottom of the paint. Yeah, it doesn't even think about it. You put the ball up in there, see ya, third row.
But
see ya off the glass.
You see the Knicks having to adjust their offense because of his presence on the floor.
I love it.
And I do too, Andy. I think that's really cool. We'll be talking about what happens tonight, tomorrow. But the road team, 3-0 so far in the NBA Finals. And again, playoffs, winning 41% of the games for the NBA this year in the playoffs. Road team. Kind of fascinating. Guardians going to finish up against the New York Yankees today. Mike Exisa covers baseball for CBS Sports. He's been with us before. His thoughts on are they the new look Guardians with the young guys on offense? We'll find out with Mike next on Baskin and Phelps.
How you guys doing? Doing well here.
We're good. We're just sitting here watching the Guardians and thinking, this is fun. We've seen it before. Is it surprising to you that they are where they are right now and playing the kind of ball they've been playing?
Yeah, it is. I didn't love the offense coming into the season. It's been better than I expected. It could be better. I think they would like to get some more from the outfield with they're playing Schneiden every day now, and Kwan hasn't been the guy we've seen the last few years. So the offense is better than I expected. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think Parker Messick was really this good, but he's been unbelievable. And so, yeah, I'm a little surprised they're as good as they are, and not that they've been like world beaters. The American League is not that great, and the Guardians are not that great, but they're good. And I think right now the Tigers have been so bad that Cleveland is pretty clearly the best team in that division.
What are your thoughts on Travis Bazzana so far? I was excited that I actually wanted them to bring him up a little bit earlier, but I understand why they did.
You wanted him up 7 years ago, Mike.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I
was a school kid in Australia.
Are you kidding? No, prenatal Travis Bazzana, like he was killing it in the womb league. I got to tell you, he was great there.
Yeah, he looks like he belongs, right? He just he came up and it just looks like he's comfortable. He looks like he understands. He has like a plan at the plate. He knows what he's doing. And with the injury last year, if it wasn't for the injury, I think it was a quad last year or a quad, or it was something with his leg. I forget what it was exactly. If it wasn't for that, I think he would have maybe been up last year because they were kind of hurting for offense going into the postseason. So that kind of delayed things. And I understand wanting him to come up sooner. I kind of lean towards teams know what they're doing with their prospects. They know when they're most major league ready, and Guardians are a pretty good player development team. And if they felt he needed those extra few weeks in AAA this year, it seems like it might have worked because he's been great. And he's the number one pick, and I think at this time last year, it's like, well, you see what Nick Kurtz is doing, and you're kind of like, I don't know, did they make the right pick there? But Bazzana's really good, and he's going to have more positional value than Kurtz for sure because he's a middle infielder. He's given them some life that they just needed on offense. They just needed another bat, somebody else who could just come and put a ball in the seats, and they've gotten that from him, and he's been like an instant difference maker for them. He's looked great.
I agree with you completely. I still think about when that draft happened. You had Charlie Condon, who had lit it up at Georgia, and Kurtz was a big name, and Caglione. And here the team that had a glut of middle infielders went and drafted a middle infielder. But it looks like they knew what they were doing with that pick. And I would think that he's going to cost Gabe Arias a position either on this team or he turns him into a utility player if he ends up coming back, because Rocchio looks like a keeper at shortstop, does he not?
Yeah, Rocchio looks like he's finally kind of settled in at shortstop, right? He's kind of had chances at it for the last few years now. Even at second base, they've given him opportunities, and he's finally kind of seizing it. And this is just the way it goes with young players sometimes, right? They don't always hit the ground running. Sometimes it takes them a few years, and I don't know what's going to happen to Arias when he comes back. He can play all over. They could find a spot for him. It's not like he's forced the issue and kind of forced them to make room for him. Honestly, if he's the utility guy, I think that would be fine. But it seems like your middle infield's kind of finally set there, and Manzardo's been hitting home runs on like the most ridiculous pitches the last few weeks, especially against the Yankees. He hit a couple that were like just, I don't know how he got the bat on them. And so they're finally getting some offense from their infield, which hasn't always been the case the last few years. So he kind of looked like he got some actual building blocks there going forward.
What are your thoughts on the AL Central right now? The White Sox are knocking on the door, and the Tigers are starting to get healthy.
Yeah, the Tigers have been better of late, but they did dig such a big hole that I think they're still 6 games out, I believe, in the wild card race, and they got like 7 or 8 teams ahead of them. I know they've started to win recently, but they've basically used up all their margin of error. They just got to keep winning right through the end of the season to have a chance there. And I'm disappointed by the Royals. I thought the Royals would be better than they are, but they're just bad. And the White Sox, they have offense. I don't know if they have the pitching to hang around all year, but maybe they could get a wild card spot because the rest of the league is just so bad. But the White Sox, the offense is legit. They got some guys who can really hit. Vargas, Sam Maninacci, they actually have like offensive talent. When you look 2 years ago when they lost 121 games, there was just like who on this team is part of the future there. And you look now, I think there's only one guy from that team who's still like a regular for them, and it's just Vargas, who came over at the deadline that year. So they've completely just changed the lineup entirely, and it looks real. I don't know about the pitching. It looks a little short to me, but I think, yeah, they could be hanging around all year. If nothing else, they're not a pushover anymore, right? They're actually like a competent team who could go in any given night and win a game against anyone. So I think they're probably the second best team in that division from here on out. If the Tigers kind of play up to their capabilities, then maybe they're in that race. But they have such a big hole to climb out of that I'm kind of putting them on the back burner right now.
Mike Exisa joining us from CBS Sports. 3 hours ago, Mike posted his story, MLB Trends, and the second thought in your headline, I think, is one that's of interest to Guardians fans. How Giants lost the Patrick Bailey trade.
Yeah.
How did the Giants lose the Patrick Bailey trade? And did the Guardians actually win it, Mike?
Yeah, I liked it. I understood what the Giants were doing there because Bailey, he's not a good hitter, right? He's one of the worst hitters in baseball, really, but he's a terrific defender. And I looked at it mostly from the Giants' perspective because they traded Bailey, and they're catching since then, and they're pitching really too. It's just been so bad, right? Like you just look at kind of strikes that they're not getting anymore without Bailey because his framing is so good. Their pitchers are getting fewer strikes. They're walking more bad. There's fewer strikeouts, and that equals base runners, it equals runs. And the Guardians, they certainly have a type, right? Like they got Patrick Bailey and Austin Hedges, who was Patrick Bailey 5 years ago, right, when he was a prospect and a young player. This is their type. They really, even with the ABS challenges, we're seeing that pitch framing still matters, right? You can only challenge, 2 pitches a game, more if you get it right. But, there's a couple dozen pitches that get called either way in each game. So pitch framing still matters, and the Guardians are willing to punt offense behind the plate, and Bailey is the best catcher in the game. It's not just framing, it's his arm, too. We saw him, I think it was 2 nights ago, he threw out 2 or 3 Yankees trying to steal. So I understand it for both teams. The Giants, they needed more offense, and they have a couple of younger catchers they wanted to try. So they got a good draft pick out of it, got a prospect. Guardians, Bo Naylor was just not hitting. He was not defending at this level, and I think sending him down to get a reset in AAA, I think that was a smart move. So it made sense for them, and Bailey's not my cup of tea. I'm kind of an offense-first guy, but I understand why they did it.
Is Bailey as bad as he's hit this year and last? Because earlier in his career, first couple of years, he was not this bad. What's happened?
Yeah, I really think he kind of is this bad, right? And I think when he came up a few years ago and hit, that was kind of a small sample size, kind of a fluke thing. It was the league kind of saying, we're going to see if you can hit the fastball before we do anything else. And he did hit the fastball, and now they don't throw him fastballs anymore. And so he's never been projected to be like even as like a draft prospect. And I think he was the number 3 pick in the draft, whatever year it was. It was always a defense-first guy, and if he hit a little, okay, but you always kind of figure he'd be an 8 or 9 hitter, and yeah, this is probably who he is at the plate.
That's disappointing.
Hey, that is true. I want to go back to the ABS thing you were talking about. Just your thoughts, because as I keep watching it, I'm like, man, the umpires maybe weren't as bad as I thought they were in some scenarios, and for them to be able to call a strike just because it hit that tiny part, I'm fascinated by the way this one. There are good things and bad things about it. I'm just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's been great, and I agree completely. It makes you appreciate how good these umpires are, and you see the ones that nick the zone that you see it looks like they catch the zone by like a seam almost.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of guesswork that goes into this, right? Like, there's been studies that show like the human eye cannot like perceive the baseball traveling as fast as it can. So there's a lot of guesswork there, but it really kind of shows you how good the umpires are, and it's humbling, right? Like you see a pitch and you think, oh yeah, that's a strike, he should challenge it, and then no, it's not, and you kind of feel stupid because you thought it was. But this has worked. I think it's worked great. I think what we've noticed. In the start of the season, everybody was just kind of figuring out how this whole thing works, and we were seeing challenges on pitches that were obviously bad, and the players have kind of fine-tuned things now. The last few weeks, we've seen a lot of the challenges are mostly by the catchers now. You're not seeing as many as the hitters. And I don't love that because if the catchers are the ones challenging most of the time, that means balls are being turned into strikes. It's hurting offense, and offense is down league-wide. I don't know what the fix is there. Maybe it's something like you give the hitters 3 challenges and the catchers only 2, but this is like another thing that's being used against hitters at a time when offense is down and they have so much stacked against them as it is. That's my one real complaint here. Otherwise, I think it's great. The umpires look smart, and I think it's just a good thing for baseball overall.
Mike Exisa joining us from CBS Sports. For years here in Cleveland, the talk was, okay, Stephen Kwan's not going to stick around. He's going to be a free agent. If you want to keep him, you're going to have to throw a lot of money at him. The Guardians didn't do that. Kwan didn't sign anything. And here Kwan is not the player, at least right now, that he's been in the past. And if the Guardians wanted to trade him, his trade value is not good. What do you do here?
I think you just got to ride it out right now. It's a unique player on offense, right? Because it's a lot of contact, a lot of walks, not much power, and those players can have really big fluctuations year to year. We've even seen them with Kwan. You kind of look at just his overall offense each year. It's great one year, okay the next. Great one year, okay the next, and now he's just been bad. And he's been so bad that I almost wonder if he's hurt, if he's playing through something. I don't know. This is not the player Kwan should be. And, there were trade rumors at the deadline last year. As I understand it, they got pretty close to trading him, I think, to either the Dodgers or the Padres, and they just kind of ran out of time before the deadline. And there were rumors again in the offseason. Nothing came together. At this point, you're almost better off just keeping him, hoping he rebuild some value. And if you try to trade him in the offseason, because he's going to be a free agent after next year, if you want to trade him in the offseason, you could kind of reevaluate things there. But I don't know. At this point, you don't want to just trade him you don't want to sell him at his absolute lowest point where you're not going to get as much back. I feel like the player on the roster is more valuable than what he would get in a trade right now.
Do you think he stays the year in Cleveland as this might sound preposterous? Does he stay a starter for the most part, or could somebody come up and actually take his job?
I think he'll stay a starter. They've already moved him to the bottom of the lineup, and that was kind of like the first step in kind of diminishing his role a little bit. But it's not like they have a great outfield mix anyway with him. They really need him to hit, and I think he's going to be given every opportunity there. I don't think they're going to wind up benching him, and I don't know. I just don't see that happening. Certainly not anytime soon. If things get worse and we're getting to August or September and he's hitting 200, maybe you have to do something, but I don't think that's in their plans.
Got about 30 seconds. Are the White Sox a legit challenge to the Guardians?
No, but I don't think they're going to be I don't think they're going to completely crash out of the race the rest of the way. I think they're enough to kind of stay around. They're good enough to just kind of hang around the race and be a headache the rest of the way.
Love your work, Mike. Thank you for being with us as always. We appreciate
Thank you, Mike.
it.
Thank you.
Yep, sure thing.
You can go read him on CBS Sports right now. How the Giants lost the Patrick Bailey trade. Did they?
I don't know.
Let's talk about it next on Basket of Phelps.
Sports at 1:10. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Mike Axisa was just with us. 3 hours ago, he wrote it. How the Giants lost the Patrick Bailey trade. What do you think of that, Andy?
I don't know. Like, I don't feel it here yet. Do you? Do you?
I don't think we'll ever feel it here. You know why?
Unless he starts hitting.
Well, it's hard to get excited about a guy hitting 167.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. But if you like a little more in-depth look at baseball, and by the way, including his Giant stats,
okay,
he's hitting 154.
Okay.
Woo! That's not good. He's hitting 154. But if you watch him work behind the plate, man, is he good. I mean, I thought Austin Hedges was good. Patrick Bailey's even better. And to me, that's saying something because Hedges is really good. Austin's a really good catcher, and he's hitting a little bit this year, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most fascinating thing about the Patrick Bailey trade with the Guardians, and again, he's not hitting worth a hoot, but he's so good defensively, and they gave up on Bo Naylor. I know they're not going to say they gave up on Bo Naylor, but they've given up on Bo Naylor.
They put Bo Naylor to the side for now, right?
Oh, I'm asking, when are you going to not put him to the side? I mean, you want Bo back or you want Cooper Ingle? Something happens, if something, heaven forbid, happens to Bailey or Hedges, who do you want to bring up? You going to bring Bo back, or you want to bring up Cooper Ingle and see if that bat's legit?
Part of it might depend on the timing of when it happens. Say you're in a race, end of the season, you probably bring Naylor.
Up the familiar guy?
Yeah, I would bring up Naylor at that point. And it's not. And I was staring at Ingle stats when I was staring at Bazana stats the last couple of weeks there, and I don't know. Is there anything wrong with having an abundance of catchers? I guess the only time it is when they're all hitting under 200. Right?
Well, guess what? That's not the case because Austin Hedges is swinging it, baby.
Okay. Well, at one point, is Austin just going to become a coach on the roster? Is that next year?
That was 2 years ago.
Okay.
That was 2 years ago. You didn't know?
I missed that.
You didn't get the release?
No. I missed Gansey last week, and now I missed the Hedges thing.
Is hitting 253.
Yeah,
baby.
With 6 at-bats. That's great.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. No, 87 at-bats.
I know.
Remember, early in Austin's career, actually, when he was with the Padres, he hit a little bit. Really did.
Now he's that extra manager on the bench who comes up with some timely hitting for us right now. I mean, I like it. I mean, if I was a manager and I was garnered one spot on the roster, he's the guy I would want. And I think fans appreciate him too. So, and if you need someone to come in and pitch the 8th when you're getting shelled 8-0, he's your man too.
I don't mean to make light of this or a joke,
but you do need a guy like that on the roster. I think there's
Hedges is hitting 253. It's 22 points above his previous career best.
Should he retire then today? That's like the guy who steps
baby.
Up first at bat of the season, gets a hit, looks up at the scoreboard, sees what his batting average is, and said, "Peace, I'm out of here."
To quote Dan Minigan, you know you're a great hang if you can hit 187 in your career and you stay employed.
Depends on your position.
And you're pretty good defensively. The point Axisa was making about Patrick Bailey had less to do with the Guardians and more to do with what he touched on with us, which is the way that the Giants pitching staff has gone south without him. And knowing our organization and the emphasis that our organization puts on pitching, doesn't surprise me at all that they went out and made this trade. Because Austin Hedges showed them what good catching can do for pitching. I mean, doesn't it always seem like when Austin catches somebody, they seem to throw well?
Yeah.
It's not always, but it seems that way. And Patrick Bailey is Austin Hedges plus. You know?
Who has he caught the most since he got here?
I don't know. He's only been here like 17 games.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to...
At least what he's played, 17 games. I wonder at some point, do you get to the point where it's like, yeah, we can't have two guys. And again, Hedges is hitting okay this year. If Austin hits 254, oh my God, we might put a statue out there in Monument Park for him or something. I mean, that'd be stunning. But Bailey is so good defensively that if the rest of the offense is okay, then, you can let it go. Right?
Yeah, I'd love a little bit just more productivity out of the catcher spot.
It shouldn't take.
Asking.
You wouldn't think it would be that difficult, would you?
I don't. For some reason, it seems to be because we're so specialized in everything. I was listening to a conversation the other day about. I was talking to. I'm trying to remember who I had the conversation with, just about how we baby starters. Like, you think about what Bob Feller and those guys went through. I know it's a different game, but. And the line was something like Bob said, something about you either arms don't get worn out during a season, they rust from too much. And it's
from not throwing enough?
Yeah, that they need to throw more. And that maybe...
Well, Bob threw all the time.
Yeah, and batting practice and everything else. I mean...
And Bob will also...
In a four-man rotation. I don't know if the way we're looking at pitching is right or wrong right now. I do think, we have teams that just completely freak out when a pitcher gets near 100 pitches. And as well as I do, it's more than that. And I think that as people,
but Andy, in this day and age where velocity,
it's the financial investment. I get it too.
That's part of it. But the other part is the emphasis on velocity that puts so much on a pitcher's arm. It wasn't that long ago that starting pitchers could sit upper 80s, low 90s on a very regular basis and not have anybody even question, their velocity because they got guys out. You knew how to move the ball. Greg Maddux, perfect example. Yeah. Maddux threw, high 80s? Earlier in his career, he threw a little harder than that. But, Dan, what did he hit? 89, 90?
At the end of his career, yeah. In the middle of his career, he hit about 95.
But he was able to move the ball like crazy. So, but you have to take care of these guys' arms. So many pitchers end up getting hurt, and then they're down a year and a half. It happens all the time. All the time. What do you do with Stephen Kwan?
He's got to fight through it. I don't know what else to do there. I know he's been fighting through it for more than a season right now. But I think we all know what the upside is with him. And if it's just a matter of reps, whether he's the starting quarterback of the Browns or in the box for the Guardians, you think he's done? I don't think he's done. I think he's got more in him. And I think the organization still wants to stick it out and see what they can, you got to give it a shot here.
All right, well, let me bounce a scenario off of you. You have labor unrest coming up in this offseason. Okay?
True.
You're in first place. Excisa agrees with so many people. The Guardians probably the best team in the division right now.
Yeah.
You're going to take a shot at it? In other words, at the trade deadline this year.
Yeah.
Might you be aggressive and go get that bat for the outfield? Because if you look at the team, every team will tell you at the trade deadline, if they're a contender, you can always use another starting pitcher. Although the Guardians have used 5 starting pitchers this year, I think they're the only team in baseball
that's consistent.
That only had 5 guys start games, if I'm not mistaken. And I could see them trading for an outfielder and putting Kwan on the bench
down the stretch. Yeah, if they need,
he's not hitting. He's hitting .213.
Or are you better off? I don't know what his value is in a trade. That's the problem right now. Does somebody else believe?
Well, I don't even know
they could fix him.
Well, I don't even know if you trade him. He's a free agent after next season.
So if you can get something, that's why you would trade him.
Maybe he's your 4th outfielder. mean, it'd be pretty good to bring a Gold Glove outfielder off the bench. And I know that's sacrilege to say, except the guy's not contributing a whole lot on offense other than walking.
Here's another. I thought you brought up a great point just now. If you're the Guardians that doesn't traditionally spend, okay, to bring somebody in, but you could rent a player for half a season and only have to pay half the year's salary, and you know that you're heading towards the stretch run of this thing, and
salaries might go up if you get a floor in relations.
And if you're
you'd have to spend more money anyway.
But let's be really honest. If you're the Dolans, and I thought Paul looked good on TV last night as they were doing their big charities fundraiser.
So did Bobby D.
Yeah, and so did Bobby D. Yeah, except he forgot to wear a tie like the other guys. But Bobby said it. He said that. Do you go all in? If you're the Dolans, this could be your last ride. This could be the Dolans' last ride because the opportunity for ownership changes on the other side with David Blitzer. I don't know. If I'm the Dolans, I might go all in here.
I might go all in based on the fact that even if you pick up a guy who might be making more money, you might have to add salary to the payroll after the labor dispute. If they put a floor in, you're going to have to...
That's the other part I was thinking of, too. Dan, does this all sound crazy? If there was one time...
Dan's not listening.
Could you imagine, though, if the Dolans
listening.
If the Dolans said at the break...
Only listening for four-letter words, though.
No, but before the deadline, okay? And they're like, hey, this is our last ride. And by the way, we're sitting at the table, and we may not have to pay for the check when it's over. Right? You know what? I'm getting the filet. I would love to see the Dolans go out and do that at the end. If they knew that it's over and that this is the last ride.
Well, they wouldn't do that without consulting Blitzer because they've done that on other things here in the past.
Yeah, I get it. But, I mean, who's to stop them, right? Oh, you're picking up the check? I'm not getting a burger. I'm getting a steak.
But I'm looking at it from this perspective.
And, by the way, if say they went out and paid for a big bat that could help them through the and get them into the playoffs and help them win the World Series, I mean, it changes the whole legacy of the Dolans if they did that here in one move. I don't know. I would. If I knew somebody else was picking up the check, I might think about it if I were them.
You're the most generous man in the world. You wouldn't stiff somebody else.
No, I would at least offer to pick up the tip. Right? And by the way, you're already getting somebody at a discounted rate because you're only paying for half the season.
I just look
Maybe you pick up a guy that might be out of your means to pay for it.
Mike Trout, cough, cough, Mike Trout.
There you go. Cough, cough, cough.
Well, if you're going to win this thing, I don't know if you can do it with the outfield the way it looks right now. I mean, Stevens just not helping you very much. We all know I'm a Martinez fan. He's been slumping a little bit. Rhys Hoskins doesn't hit for average so far, but I heard the stat last night since the beginning of May, he's second on the team in runs batted in. So, maybe try and get Rhys some more at bats, but this might be the year. I mean, the division is sitting right there to be won this year. Can the Tigers make a huge run? Keep in mind what the Guardians did last year. You never know. But I don't think the White Sox are the team to catch them, even though it's tight right now. I don't know that the Tigers have the horses to do it this year, and they might trade Skubal.
Dan, you don't think I get excited thinking about maybe they could grab Trout, but I mean, if you did bring him in,
they'd have to eat a chunk of that contract.
Yeah,
the Angels would have to do it. I don't know if they will.
Well, he's got at least $70 million coming on the other side of that.
Yeah, and he's got a few more years on top of it.
And he's got to say yes.
That's true too.
He's got to say yes. He's at 10-5.
He said no many a time before getting traded. That he's happy with the Angels and he's happy playing there. But he's hitting the cover off the ball. He looks like Mike Trout again, which is really fun.
I don't know. He's $35 million a year, right?
Even though he's sadly doing it over by himself. As Joe Adell makes unbelievable plays in the outfield, and then that's pretty much about where it ends.
Could you imagine them making the trade for Trout and just going to Blitzer and go, 70? Yeah, it's your $70 million. That's your problem.
Run up the bill and take off.
That's almost as great.
That would be really funny.
That's almost as great as letting Myles Garrett go and saying, "Well, if you trade him back to the AFC in the third year, you owe us first round pick."
It would be the equivalent to the Blues Brothers showing up at the 5-star restaurant that what is it,
Mr. Fabulous.
Mr. Fabulous is running and ordering the most expensive champagne and running down everything on the menu. I'll have 3 lobsters. I'll have 4 steaks. I'll have, down the line from there. That's the equivalent of it.
How much for your women?
That's what it would be. Just load it up.
What's that guy's name? Alan Rubin. I think he's Mr. Fabulous. Nonetheless, headlines coming up next on Baskin and Phelps. Can't wait.
first 2 games at home. They'll be looking to tie up the series tonight before the team heads to San Antonio for Game 5. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Looks like a key guy is going to be back for the Browns, and that's a really good thing. We're going to talk about that at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps, my pal to my right. Is that fancy water you're drinking there? Is that what that is? Or is that some kind of other beverage?
No, it's like a semi-fancy water. I don't know. It tastes good, and it's water. So.
I remember, that's Andy Baskin. I remember back in the day, especially when Danny Ferry was, I'll get to my point. When the Cavs traded for Danny Ferry, and he was playing for El Messaggero in Italy, and I remember seeing bottled water, guys just drinking bottled water in the Italian league, European league. And I just thought, those silly Europeans, they pay for water.
Yeah. Guess what? This is.
Here we are now.
This has electrolytes in it.
So good.
Zero sugar.
Good, Andy. That's great.
Might, propel you to the rest of this segment.
Great. You know what? You can go over here and open the tap and get some.
Wow. Dr. Stingy.
The whole bottled water thing, I think, is fascinating. Congratulations to marketing people everywhere.
Oh, that's true.
Getting us to pay for what we can get out of the tap.
You know what I just read? Did you know that 8 hours of sleep came from a mattress company?
Really?
Yeah, and why did cereal become a thing too? Like for years.
Wait a minute. Fearless Leader just walked in and he's laughing.
What are you laughing at? Me?
Fearless Leader would like me to point out to you that Propel has been around for about 25 years, and we're just realizing this now.
No, he just said, is the bottle...
Again, these are the words
the
of Fearless
new,
Leader.
though, isn't it? Yeah,
that label's been around, according to Fearless Leader.
You really think 25 years on that?
He's our silent partner.
He is.
I'm not buying this.
Well, good for the mattress company who came up with the 8 hours sleep. All I know is it works for me. Dano, hit it.
Live from our tiny little booth. We like to think it's about a 6.5 minute newsroom. It is Dan Menigan.
Back in the panic room where I belong. I feel more comfortable in here.
Back in the
Got to leave the door open because it's too hot in there.
It gets a little warm in here, and especially now with the humidity cranking. But this fan is a saving grace.
That's
Props
beautiful.
to the engineers for that fan. All right, gentlemen, one of the great highlights, we have all been in the front yard, backyard, at the stadium, or wherever, the ball field, whatever else, is the idea of making your rookie debut.
Hang on. Propel, 26 years old. Yes, okay, go ahead. Good job, Keith. Go ahead, sorry.
Were you doing it for that, or were you
24 years old? Maybe, I don't know.
Were you
made by the G company, isn't it?
Yeah, it's made by the G, but it's owned by the one of the big 2 cola companies. How's that sound?
So anyway, one of the great dreams we've all had is being able to hit a walk-off home run in your home debut.
Yeah, baby.
Well, that happened last night for Braden Montgomery, who walked off for the White Sox against the Atlanta Braves on Tuesday. I don't really have a prompt or anything like that. That's just cool. Like, you make your debut and you hit a walk-off bomb. Good on you.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And guess what? I mean, hopefully he has a wonderfully long major league career. But if tomorrow he decides, I'm done, thank you very much. I made the majors and I hit a walk-off home run.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
You know what would make the story better? Is if he was 42 years old and spent the last 24 years in the minors. That is a movie. It's called The Rookie, by the way. I think so, but I
Actually,
like that.
I don't think
he never
it
hit a
is.
walk-off
He was a
bomb,
pitcher.
though.
I
Yeah.
know he was a pitcher.
But still, you're right. But yeah, just very cool. Did that for the White Sox. Did a 6-5 win. Also had an RBI single. Guys, the Browns signed 24th overall pick wide receiver Casey Concepcion to a 4-year contract.
Hey.
Signed his rookie contract. He is good to go. So that puts the Browns at signing everyone, which means barring anything bad happening,
Yeah.
everyone is expected at training camp for the Browns. We don't have to worry about holdouts or anything.
No stink.
Wow.
It's all good to go.
Nobody's demanding a trade at this point?
At least to this point. We will see where it takes us from there.
All right, we'll take it.
Again, as of 12:47 on June 10th.
Give it time, Andy.
Yeah.
That's right. Somebody will hold out.
Give it time.
You never know when someone might get grumpy. Well, speaking of people getting mildly grumpy, we are still on the Giannis sweepstakes. So Jake Fisher, who is an NBA insider, writes for Substack, is saying that the Giannis deal is expected by the draft. They are using the draft as a deadline. Jimmy Haslam in a press conference said the owner of the Bucks as well as the Browns, of course, saying that by the time the draft hits, they want to know if they want to either build around Giannis for the future or build without Giannis for the future. Gentlemen, just reading the tea leaves right now, what do you think is going to happen to Giannis Antetokounmpo? Give me an outcome, and if he gets traded, to where? We'll start with Mr. Baskin. Just gut feeling. Again,
gut feeling.
I don't think we know anything.
My gut feeling is they turn around and say, we're going to try to build with him here. They realize that they'd be better off hanging on to him than trading him. I think at the end of the day, plus, does Jimmy Haslam really want to be the guy that traded Giannis and Myles Garrett within a 2-month period?
I can't wait to see what Giannis looks like playing in Eric Spoelstra's system. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
You think he's going to Miami?
That's the buzz.
Seems to be, there seems to be a little smoke to that.
That's the buzz.
Or I should say fire to that smoke.
Portland's got a little buzz there too.
I don't mean to be disrespectful.
It would be fun.
When I hear the Jimmy Haslam is going to decide and says that, I think Jimmy Haslam, one of the greatest players in the NBA, stay out. Stay out. Do not mess with him. Leave it alone. But I don't know that he's going to be able to help himself.
This is a different animal than dealing with the NFL.
Well, doesn't it seem different? Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, you just don't.
If you want to be a malcontent in the NBA, oh my God, the playbook of being a malcontent.
Any chance he ends up with that he could end up with the Knicks?
No.
I think with them making the finals.
Last year, though, remember they talked about it last year?
Without question. But I think with them making the finals.
Would it not be very James Dolan to wait, have the day after they win their first finals to make a trade and get rid of half his team?
Think about this.
I mean, guys, we can say the same thing about Dan Gilbert if we're being honest.
Well, that's true too.
I'm going to go different. I'm going to go different on that a little bit.
Sure.
Think about NFL owners. Some of them we know real well, and some of them are front and center and out there, and Jerry Jones, right, comes to mind. And you see other owners, some who are big time out in front of things. You don't see a ton of that in the NBA, do you? You don't see it. I just don't think you see it as much. And I wonder if that's something that maybe Jimmy Haslam should, step back a little, get out of this, let your GM do it all.
I mean, probably the most vocal owner was Cuban when he owned the team.
Exactly.
Yeah, Steve Ballmer's the other guy that I think of.
Ballmer's a good one, Andy. That's
Jeannie Buss a little?
No, Jeannie just kind of sat back and let the GM take care of business.
Ballmer's a good one.
Jerry
But
Reinsdorf's
Ballmer
kind of
lets
been...
the GM do the work.
I wonder how much Ishbia has say with the Suns.
Well, they all have say.
Well, I mean, but Ishbia has made a lot of public comments. He's done podcast appearances. He's, Ishbia's all over the place.
It just seems to me that NFL owners are more front and center, and NBA owners are a little more in the woodwork.
That's a good point.
And I think if I'm a Bucks fan, I'm thinking, who's this guy who owns a quarter of the team telling me we're trading our best player? Okay, there.
No one on the injury report for tonight's Knicks Spurs game. So we are good to go. Everyone is healthy. And let's see what happens at MSG. The Wu-Tang Clan will be the halftime show. We can't get much more New York City than that. Outside of maybe bringing in, I don't even know who else you would bring in. But, yep, get ready. Madison Square Garden, Game 4 tonight.
Spike Lee stands a lot on the sidelines. Have you noticed?
I don't blame him.
I would be upset if I spent all that money and had to sit behind him. Wouldn't that bother you? You can't see the game.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm a pacer on big games anyway.
Spike sits across from the bench, which I think is interesting. That's actually a really good spot to sit. If you're a real fan and you can afford courtside seats, Andy,
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to sit across from the bench to kind of see what's going on?
Yeah.
Rather than on the same side?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, this just reminds me of a story about I once watched a player flash his phone number to people sitting across from.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
By the way, Michael Bloomberg, lucky to be alive.
Yeah, no kidding. Good golly.
I can't stand courtside seats. I know it's cool.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool for the people to sit courtside. They're 3 feet off the playing field. You know, they're right there. And an NBA guy's going after a loose ball. And I know the teams make a ton of money. I honestly think it should go back to, everybody's off the court, and it's not going to because of money.
Oh, it's going to look like a European game.
Well, you're 10 feet off the court. You should have that grace because somebody's going to get. Some people have been really hurt.
Yeah.
People have been really hurt. And you almost wiped out former mayor of New York City who's been on Law and Order before, Michael Bloomberg.
Oh, well, that's only because he was on.
Well, without question.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter.
And
what
they had
he did.
Mariska Hargitay.
Oh, they were both there. Yeah.
Herskate?
Yeah, she was there.
Yeah, she was there with
Hargitay.
who's the other guy? The guy she was on the show with.
I can't think of
the male lead on that show.
Yeah, he doesn't matter.
One of the best things that has come out of the World Cup is all of these Europeans descending on the United States and tweeting about all of the American things that they're being exposed to.
How bad is it making us look?
Wonderful. This has been one of my favorite things that has come out so far. So there is a tweet out right now from someone named Elsa that says, "Why did no one tell me ranch sauce is like crack? Europe, we need ranch dressing."
That's funny.
That's the stuff that's out here.
This all starts tomorrow,
funny.
right? What, are we underway already or no?
No, we are not underway.
Tomorrow,
It all
right?
starts. I think it starts. What, tomorrow is Thursday?
Yeah.
I believe
Very
you were
good, Dan.
Yeah.
So, dude, time is a flat circle. But anyway,
are we going to beat Paraguay?
Yes, we should be able to beat Paraguay. So Freddie is down in Alabama. He's experienced a Buc-ee's for the first time at 1 a.m. and is absolutely floored by all of the things that you can buy at 1 a.m. from a Buc-ee's.
Dude, it is. I cannot begin to. Something about that place is mesmerizing. Whether it is the
supposed
enchanting
to have great brisket, aren't they?
Oh, the brisket's out of this world. It's great, and you can't not smell it when you walk in. Like, oh, this stuff is good. Then they get the beef jerky wall. The bathrooms are immaculate.
Beef jerky wall?
It's
Oh,
a
you darn
wall of beef jerky. Not to mention, if you want to buy inflatable Buc-ee's, you can do that. It's just, I can't explain. I'm telling you, they pump oxygen or something when you go in there because you're like, what is this? A gas station with 10,000 pumps?
And we'll keep you up to date on anything else, though. We'll end with this one. The last one's from John saying, "Not going to lie, big gulps from 7-Eleven are easily my favorite thing I've discovered in America so far."
And who says we have no culture here in the States, huh?
Yes. Just go to Buc-ee's.
Who says? Aren't we getting a Buc-ee's in like Mansfield?
Dayton. Oh, I heard. Yeah, Mansfield's supposed to be the next one.
Isn't it Mansfield?
Yeah. I don't know. How did we get like addicted to gas stations? What?
The Haslam family made a fortune with theirs.
No, that's true. I guess
That
that's how we
works.
got our football team.
A Brown who needs to come back looks like he's coming back, and it could be huge for the football team. We're going to discuss next on Baskin and Phelps.
can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 923thefan.com.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. That's right. Enter the code FAMILY, FAMILY, that's family, at 92.3 The Fan before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. That's right, Mr. Hero. We love Mr. Hero. I love Mr. Hero. Mr. Hero knows how important a family dinner can be, and that's why they offer not one, but 2 different size family packs. Choose any 4 sandwiches, 4 sidekicks, and a 2-liter, and just enjoy, my friend. Enjoy. Order online at MrHero.com, and it'll be ready when you walk in. It's all from Mr. Hero at 92.3 The Fan. The code word is family. Get to 92.3thefan.com before 2 o'clock. Oh, sounds really good right now.
It's Andy Baskin drooling over Mr. Hero.
Just reading about Mr. Hero.
I'm Jeff Phelps.
Makes me hungry.
Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Critical member of the Browns, I think critical, spoke with the media yesterday. I received a text from my friend Dave, and he said, are you going to talk about Paul DePodesta? No, that's not the guy coming back. Instead, it's Quinshon Judkins.
Oh, better option, yes.
I think it is a better option. I think that's a good thing. Quinshon coming back, and of course, we know he was seriously bashed up last year. He broke his fibula, and his ankle was all messed up, and he had surgery, and he was on a 4 to 5 month timeline, and he's back and appears to be good to go. He spoke with the media, talked about where his confidence level is after a surgery. Here's what he had to say.
I would say confident. I know the work that I put in, so I'm prepared to just go out there and just put it on the field.
Okay, that's what you want, Andy, right? Confidence in your work, confidence in your surgeons, confidence in your ability to impact the football team. He finished up with this thought about what the team's looking like Browns-wise with Todd Monken running the show on the offensive side of the ball. Dano, cut 3.
As far as me, I just control the things I can control, just take it day by day. I try not to think about, the future and different things, but I think what we have here is really special. What Andrew Berry has done and what Coach Monken, he installs in us every day, I think is an attest to who we'll be as a football team.
Okay.
All right, I like it.
One thing I think that we will see about Quinshon Judkins and Todd Monken, I think there'll be a perfect mesh for each other. I think Quinshon will love playing in a Monken offense, and Monken has shown he knows what to do with a good running back. The last 2 years, he had Derrick Henry in Baltimore, and Derrick Henry ran for over 1,900 yards and just under 1,600 yards in his 2 years with Todd Monken. First year in Baltimore, he had the Gus bus, Gus Edwards.
Oh, yeah.
And Gus had a big year with Todd Monken. And they used, and this might be something we see here. In that first year in Baltimore, Todd Monken had 3 running backs who had pretty good years. Gus Edwards, Justice Hill, and Keaton Mitchell, who was a young speedster type, think maybe Dylan Sampson type guy. And I wonder if Todd's going to, if he's going to play Quinshon like Derrick Henry, or if he's going to play Quinshon like Gus Edwards and go with 3 running backs more so than just one. But even when Derrick Henry got to Baltimore, he still used Justice Hill a lot. And other guys would get their snaps as well.
Do you really think he's using 3 running backs?
Well, he did in Baltimore. He did in Baltimore, even though he had
I'm
Derrick
assuming
Henry.
that you think the third is going to be Rocket Sanders, right? You love him.
Well, he could be.
Love him. Just admit it.
No, I like big, strong running backs who can run guys over. Quinshon can do that. We'll see if he keeps going. But I think it's quite possible. that he has guys that he can use, and I think he could go deep and use 2 or 3 guys here, and not just rely on Quinshon, especially coming off the injury as he is. But I think
if I'm Quinshon, I just want to get back on the field and get hit first time. I think we hear that from players all the time. It's just they just want to go out there and get hit once and feel like, okay, I'm good, let's go.
Yeah.
Like they need to test it. It's and I think his confidence level will even get better as he goes on through the season once he gets more comfortable post surgery.
When Todd was here as offensive coordinator under Freddie Kitchens, Nick Chubb had almost 1,500 yards. So the running game is a big part of what Todd Monken wants to do, and I think Quinshon Judkins is a big part of that. He got injured in the 16th game last year, game 16 against Buffalo, and had he been able to stay healthy and finish that game and play one more, he might have hit 1,000 yards on the season.
What did he end up, high eights?
High eights, and he averaged like 3.6 a carry. So, you'd want to see that go up this year and behind an offensive line that will be, if nothing else, Andy, healthier, you would assume, than last year's offensive line. It's quite possible. But I think Quinshon is with the right kind of coach to come up and have a really big year if he's healthy and good to go. And he certainly seems like he is. But in 3 of the last 4 years where Todd Monken was an offensive coordinator in the NFL, he had a running back gain at least 1,494 yards.
Yeah, I'm excited.
That was Nick.
Although I'm not ruling Dylan Sampson out to be able to be that guy too.
I don't think he'll be that kind of guy just because he's not the big bruising type of running back. Nick Chubb could pound the ball.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry can pound the ball. I see Dylan Sampson being like Keaton Mitchell for him, Justice Hill for him, 2 guys that he had in Baltimore and used really well. Mitchell blew out his knee, and he's still coming back. He's now with the Chargers. But I can see Monken incorporating several running backs.
What do you think? Why do you think he wanted to add a fullback?
Because he had one in Baltimore and used him well?
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm trying to remember the last fullback we had. Michael Burton, they brought him in from Denver. I don't know if they'll stick with it. I mean, it's easy to cut a fullback and then suddenly take one. I mean, if you feel like you've got enough extra offensive linemen, you could always throw one of those guys in as a fullback. You could always take a defensive lineman
that's
too.
Been done before. Patrick Ricard was the fullback in Baltimore that he had, and you might remember he was a defensive lineman. I think he played nose tackle. And they converted him into a fullback.
Kevin Love doing that, too. Kevin Love taking linemen and making them into fullbacks.
Dude was Ricard is 6'3", 300. And he's now...
How about Tawad Jones?
He went with John Harbaugh to the Giants.
I'll take Jones as a fullback. Wouldn't you? I'd like to run behind him.
The last thing I would do to poor DeJuan Jones and his legs and knees would be make him a fullback.
Could you imagine having, if you're Quinshon and you've got a fullback that steps in front of you that weighs 374 pounds?
Okay, Andy, come on back now.
Could you imagine that? You didn't tell me he couldn't bust open a hole?
Dan,
he
while you were busy in there.
He could probably hit 2 or 3 defensive linemen.
Andy went fullback. Okay, so other than long snapper,
who are you whistling
went fullback.
I mean, Todd Monken wants a fullback.
Yeah, he's got one, Michael Burton.
Yeah.
You missed this. He wants DeJuan Jones to move to fullback.
375 pounds. You can tell me it wouldn't work 1 or 2 plays a game?
You think he's explosive enough?
He's got to make 2 steps and just blow someone off the line. That's
right,
it.
but like you can't make 2 steps going pound, block. Like it's got to be faster than that.
And
right?
have a defensive lineman hit your, go at your knees from a running.
I'm not against this. If he's explosive enough, Andy, I'd be tempted to go fridge with him.
He just needs a little bit of zip. That's it. Not a whole lot.
I'd be tempted to go refrigerator Perry.
He just
even
needs
go the
a
other direction.
Well, at the goal line, that might be a
It's
different story.
Exactly.
Yeah. Chris is in Chicago, Illinois. Hello,
does
Chris.
he have that burst?
Chris,
Gentlemen,
what's up? You watching the Stanley Cup? I'm sure you are.
Yes, great games.
Especially
I'm
when
rooting for Vegas, though.
when you hit a backhander last night, and while you're falling down, that's pretty good.
Stahl's tough.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of goals too. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to detract too much.
Me and you, we're only 2 talking to hockey right here. Okay, go. Yeah.
And the Wolves are in the Calder Cup Finals over here. Don't forget about that, Andy.
All right, move on.
All right.
I'm bitter.
I'm a little, I don't know. I'm just not a huge Judkins fan, so I would have preferred Travion Henderson if you're picking from the same backfield in last year's draft. So we'll see. I don't know. It's a low bar.
I got to tell you, that's a lot of animosity. It's June 6th, and you're cutting on the running back right now, who's coming back from injury.
Well, I know, but I wasn't super impressed with him. But maybe that's just me. Yeah, so it's a low bar for me. That's all I got to say.
All right.
Love the show, guys. You guys set the high bar, though. So let's put it
2 feet.
Chris from Chicago and Bath.
Lowest high bar in the history of life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Chris.
That's right. All right, guys.
Peace.
You think Judkins is overrated?
No.
I don't. I think he had a really solid rookie year. I would have liked to have seen him run behind a healthier offensive line. That was obviously part of the issue last year.
He can get the
and
job
we'll
done.
see where he goes. He's big, he's strong, he's fast.
Think fans like him?
I think fans, I won't say they're like Chris, but I think fans are this way on Quinshon. Hey, that was a nice debut. Can you do it again, but maybe do a little better?
I think fans like him. I wonder how his jersey sales are. That would let you know, wouldn't it?
It's all about the jersey sales.
I hate to say it's all about money, Jeff. It's
about money, but
it doesn't matter.
We'll see. We'll see how explosive Quinshon can be. That's the only factor. Like Derrick Henry's a big guy, but he's still pretty explosive. And when Nick Chubb was pretty explosive.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Quinshon will be that kind of a running back or not. And it's tough to judge, I think, Andy, based on last year and the offensive line and the quarterback situation and everything else. I thought teams were keying on Quinshon because they didn't think the Browns quarterbacks could beat him. And he still had a decent year. We'll see about the yards per carry.
Jeff, can the Browns score more than 16 points a game this year?
Andy, they sure as hell better. I'm sorry.
I need something to make me believe they can do that.
That might be the most blunt thing you've ever said. It was just perfect.
Well, I loved when Siciliano was with us at 11 o'clock, and Andrew said, Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, they look like the real deal. Thank you. Now we got to see it, okay? As Todd Monken would say, we don't have pads on. Wait, I'm sorry, that wasn't Todd. We don't have pads on. We can't say it. Whatever Todd would sound like. Dan, you could do Todd better than I could there.
I could try. My throat kind of hurts right
All
now.
right, well, don't bother.
So,
don't bother.
Can I rain check it?
No, yeah, don't bother.
Our social media matches are powered by Scheibe Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Liam chimes in, Andy, he wasn't rostered as a fullback, but they did use Nick Harris last year.
Oh, that's right.
One.
Yeah, he's right. Good call. Good call. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Liam.
Yeah.
I'm never in a hurry for football season to get here because it means summer's coming to an end. Okay, just in big picture. But I can't wait until training camp starts. And I can't wait until we see this offense on the field. I want to see what Monken can do with it, and I want to see Judkins come back. I want to see Dylan Sampson. I want to see Concepcion. Can't wait to see Denzel Boston. I want to see Cedric Tillman in a different offense. Maybe with a different quarterback. I mean, this could get fun. I hope it gets good. That I said hope. I hope it gets good. By golly, it better. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
series. Spurs bounced back for a Game 3 victory after dropping the first 2 at home. They'll be looking to tie up the series tonight before the teams head back to San Antonio for Game 5. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Quarterback speaking today, by the way, in Berea. We'll hear it coming up later on during the afternoon show. That would be Deshaun Watson. That would be Shedeur Sanders. That's the word, right, boys?
That is the word. Will they talk about reps? Dan?
Ooh.
I'm Dan Minigan. I never heard a press conference I liked.
No, you were good yesterday with Joel Bitonio.
That was heartfelt and kind. It was a nice change of pace.
Yeah. I'm sure it went, more than one statement too long for you, but that's all right.
Yeah, I would have gotten out a little earlier, but, that's the way life goes.
It's the kind of guy that walks out in the movie theater before you find out what happened at the end. Good with that, too? You would.
I mean, it depends on the movie. Have you ever walked out of a movie?
You're going to laugh. There's only one. I normally don't walk out of movies. There's really only one movie that I was really close to walking out of, and I decided to stick it out, and it was a long time ago.
Gone with the Wind?
No, that was too long. At least there was an intermission, but I wasn't around to watch that in the theater. So you might find this weird. Ready?
Go for it.
Pulp Fiction.
Really?
Yeah, the scene.
Got a little much.
Well, the scene where.
That is a little much.
Backseat?
Yeah, it's the backseat scene.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, really? I can't believe you hit it on the nail. When that happened.
It was like, oh.
I was like, and it was the first time I saw it, and I was just kind of like, I think I'm gonna. I don't know. It was something about it I thought was, and then the person I was with, I was like, hey, should we stick around here? And they're like, yeah, let's stay. And I was like, all right. So I stuck around, and by the way, I really liked the movie when it was all said and done.
Yeah.
But it was just so. I don't. Speaking of Tarantino, like. I watched Django Unchained. I'd never seen it.
So good.
Until last week. Oh, my God, was that good.
Yeah.
The acting in that movie was phenomenal.
Samuel L. Jackson is so good in there.
He was great.
Blair Witch Project.
Really?
You walked out of it?
No, but I would have.
Was it the shaky camera or was it just the
shaky camera? I was sick, and it was a stupid movie. And I thought, how in the world did that ever end up on the cover of Time magazine?
Because it was just weird and it was bizarre.
It was really weird. My buddy Keith almost vomited.
Did you walk? Have you
movie camera?
Have you walked out of a movie?
To my knowledge, I have never walked out of a movie that I can remember. Now I don't know if my parents picked me up and took me out of one or something like that at any point, but I don't remember walking out. I've always kind of stuck it out and just went, this could get better. And then after we're done, it's like, well, that stunk. All right, anyway.
I had a really smooth transition all set up, and you guys kind of jumped in.
That's right. I was going to jump.
I'm going to have to backtrack now.
Okay.
The other thing is that Jamie Foxx was really, really good.
Yes.
And I've always been a Jamie Foxx fan because I give me the ding. I met him in an elevator, and I was doing play-by-play for University of Montana women's basketball team at the time. We were at the NCAAs in San Diego.
And he walked in, he went, Baskin!
No. You know what he did?
Love the Grizz.
No, he was hysterical. So it's me, and I'm like, I'm just 6 foot, 6 foot flat, and I'm in a elevator. There were like five women from the team around there, and we had one 6'6", and then we had a couple 6'4", 6'3" on the team. And he looked at me when he walked in. He goes, "What's up, coach?" I was like, "Oh, I'm not the coach. I'm just a radio
beautiful.
guy." We were laughing. He goes, "So what do you got? What are you doing here?" We're like, we're in town for the NCAA." He's like, "Oh, I got a show tonight. If you guys get out early, you let me know. I'll get you tickets." And I was like,
"Aw."
And I was like, the game was at the same time as his stand-up routine. It was like, and he introduced himself to everybody. It was really cool.
Nice.
Jeff, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention.
Nice.
For the first time.
I went Blair Witch Project, right?
Yeah.
I said, how'd they ever get on the cover of Time magazine?
Yeah.
And write about time. LeBron James just spoke to Time magazine.
Yeah.
See how I tied that together?
Jeff, if you have to point it out, then it's not really.
Well, I
that
have to
good.
tie it
I don't
out
even
because,
think-
I was ready to do it 5 minutes ago, and you guys kept babbling.
Well, I don't even think he realizes how well we tied into what he tied into.
It's true.
You guys were great. LeBron spoke to a gentleman named Sean Gregory, did a little interview with Time.
Mm-hmm.
And Sean apparently asked about one of my least favorite topics because I think it's stupid. Who's the greatest player of all time? The GOAT.
In the NBA, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And here's the quote from LeBron. But stick with us. I'm not taking nobody over me. There's no question. Technically, it would be anybody, but, it's LeBron, so he can say whatever the heck he wants. I'm not taking...
And if he won a championship, he could say anything
Right,
he
I'm
wants.
not taking nobody over me. There's no question. Before you think, wait a minute, calm down. Then he adds, but I think Mike will say the same thing. Rest his soul, Kobe will say the same thing. Magic, Bird, Shaq could say the same thing. The late, great Wilt, Kareem. I don't think none of us are going to take somebody else. There's a general manager, and he's eyeballing all of us on a baseline with the number one pick. It's going to be hard not to take me, champ. I hate that conversation because I think it's impossible.
There's no answer.
There's no
right answer.
I don't think there is an answer.
Jeff, but if you had to take one, let's just. I don't like to look at it.
Take one for what?
If you wanted to take one player to build your franchise around, who would you take? One player.
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You do talk sport. You do sports talk for a living. There is one player you would pick. Who would you pick?
Probably Kareem.
Oh, that's an interesting.
You presented it differently.
I know.
You presented it. Build my team around.
Okay, then I'll ask you the other question.
It would probably be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Who is the greatest of all time in basketball?
Now, see, that comes to me. That comes with a lot of variables.
Oh.
Well, no, it does. I mean, who's the most...
Forget about all of your variables. Jeff, I'm going to tell you who's the greatest of all time. You must pick one right now with no other deviation. Pick a player.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Okay. Dan.
Yeah, dude averaged 50 points a game. I mean, dude averaged 50 points a game.
Our buddy Joe Posnanski always has one of the best statements, which is baseball was the best when you were 10. And I've always thought that was the case with all sports.
Oh, that's a good point, too.
So, who was great when you were 10, Dan?
Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
Yep.
He will always be one. I'm 38 years old. When I was 10 years old, it would have been 1998. Michael Jordan. I didn't miss a Michael Jordan game. He blew me away. For the people who say LeBron and don't remember watching Jordan, you kind of had to be there to watch how dominant that dude was. He was unbelievable, and he would rip your heart out at any point.
Mike, that's the thing about Michael to me.
And Kobe.
Michael had he just wanted to beat you. And he was the most competitive player I think I've ever seen.
And both sides of the ball, too. Rip your heart out defensively.
Larry Bird might be the second most competitive player I've ever seen.
I don't know, man. Kobe wanted to beat you so bad that you didn't want to play. He would say, I want to beat someone
Jordan
so
did
bad.
The same thing, but did it better.
Yeah, no, and I agree. By the way, I look, I'm sorry. I know I'm from Cleveland. I know he brought us a championship. It's Jordan. It's just Jordan. I'm sorry. But it's not to say that LeBron isn't great.
Oh, it's incredible.
I mean, he is one of the greatest of all time.
Easy one of the top, depending on your thought process. It's clearly top 5.
Yeah, it's Jordan, LeBron by a hair over Kobe. And I wonder in L.A., when they walk away from that, what would people in L.A. say? What would you say where the Lakers rule that town, right? But Lakers and Dodgers. Yeah. What would a Lakers fan say?
Kobe.
I think they would say Kobe
Without
too.
question.
Yeah. The numbers.
LeBron was hired help.
They
brought him into play.
Yeah, but LeBron's numbers are superior, barely, not by much though, against Kobe. I'm a homer. I am a homer. I'll say it 1,000 times again, over and over and over. I still think Jordan, and maybe it was because it's an attitude thing and a competitive thing, And then a number thing, too. I mean, he did average 30 points a game. You can go back and do the tail of the tape.
50.
I get it. How many assists did Chamberlain average a game?
Probably about the same as Michael.
Although Chamberlain does hold the record off the court that I'll push that to the side.
Easy.
I'll push that to the side.
I read the book.
According to him, I don't 6-time MVP for the finals.
Okay.
Guys dream of getting there once. Although LeBron has 4. I mean, you gonna turn your nose up at that? No way. I wonder even just
Wilt
the average Clevelander
4.4 assists per game
4.4
in his career. Yeah.
God,
LeBron
7.4. That's amazing. It's a conversation that I'd love just to have to sit and think about for a while. I just think in the end I would. And it's probably because I hate him for what he did to the Cavaliers, too.
It's really difficult.
I got to take Jordan.
It's really difficult to pick guys at different positions. And it's your definition of the greatest is not yours, anybody's. There are so many factors that go in.
I'll be honest.
The most unstoppable force in NBA history was Wilt Chamberlain. There's no question.
LeBron's quote I thought was interesting because the headline grabbed me. And then as you read into it, you're like, I agree. LeBron should say he's the greatest of all time. And because in his mind, he's right. And I think
without question,
that's the beauty of greatest of all time. It doesn't have to be right. It doesn't. It's right. What's right for you may not be right for the other person. It's all about different strokes.
You want to know what's silly? In was Wilt's 3rd season. He averaged 50.4 points a game. 25.7 rebounds a game.
Wow.
Still averaged 2 assists. And this is the one that might get you more than anything. He averaged 48.5 minutes per game. Dude never came off the floor.
I mean, you can toss
do you think the game was harder or easier for James and Jordan?
It was harder for them because there were, you would think, more guys that were good, and you might say, well, Wilt wasn't playing against anybody. Yes, he was.
Yeah,
there were some big time centers back then, and there weren't very many teams, which means the
playoffs didn't go as long either. Though
rosters weren't very big, so there were pretty elite players playing in the early 1960s, and there just weren't very many of them, so they were good. It's an interesting conversation. I don't think there's a correct answer to any of it, but I have no problems at all with LeBron James saying that he thinks that he would pick himself
I don't either.
as the greatest.
The headline kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and then as I read the story,
but
I
he's
was like,
right,
no, he's right.
Though, Andy?
Yeah, no, he's
Jordan
totally
would
right.
say the same thing. Kareem would say the same thing, probably.
Yeah, I think Jordan would, for sure. I think Kobe, he's right. Kobe would have said the same thing.
Yeah, I would think that's probably the case.
It's just that it's the rip your heart out mentality. That's where I think there's a tiny edge, too, for Jordan.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
And Kobe.
face off for Game 4 in their best of 7. The Knicks currently lead the series 2-1. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's a situation going on in sports now that I think has a lot of people thinking about what's right, what's wrong, what should be. And that's the whole situation with Brendan Sorsby and the gambling situation and the court rulings and the transfers and the NIL and all kinds of different things here. A judge said you're eligible. That was when, guys? Yesterday, day before?
During our show yesterday.
All right, so the judge says you're eligible. Okay.
Well, granted a temporary restraining order, meaning that he thinks there's more to look into.
Okay, so that's going to happen. Will he ever end up playing
now,
at
was
Texas
he in Lubbock?
Tech?
Was he in Lubbock County? Yeah, like we said yesterday, I said this, and then it got doubled down later after I started talking about it with.
By the way, there's a fruit fly buzzing around the studio that's driving Andy nuts.
Jay Billis also agreed with me. Like, Texas Tech just doesn't have to let him play, and it's over. It's that easy. You know what? We've decided we're going to move in a different direction.
However, Texas Tech isn't going to do that, are they, Dan?
No, the Kirby Hocutt, who is the athletic director of Texas Tech, put out a big, long statement that I am not going to read out loud. If you want to find it, go to all the social media ones, because let me tell you, he might have been paid by the word on this one. This is Dickens-esque. So this is the main part of this statement is the idea. Let me be direct about what Texas Tech's position actually is. We are glad Brendan is a part of our community because that is where we can extend him the best possible support in his ongoing recovery.
He gives us the best odds in every game. Yeah.
Clinical care, device monitoring, financial oversight, outpatient therapy. That infrastructure exists because we take our responsibility to this young man seriously. We spent Monday after the judge's ruling getting those systems stood up for him, not thinking about X's and O's, pulling him out of a structured environment away from his team and support system does not protect anyone.
Okay.
It might be a cleaner headline, but it wouldn't be the right one, and it wouldn't be true to the institutional value that guides us every day. That is a chunk of this. If you want more, my word, Oliver Twist is right at your doorstep with this statement.
You put him on the football field if you're Texas Tech?
No.
Why?
I guess you don't. Not now. I'm not doing it now. I might, maybe even. I don't know. It's not good. Like you can't bet in a game that you're playing in.
He knew that because he bet by proxy too.
Well, and he knew.
That,
I mean, he didn't.
That's
I'm
one
sorry.
thing.
It's not even that if you're playing or not. If you're dressing or you're in the locker room, you can't bet on the game. You just can't. It's not. It's just. It's that easy.
If he hadn't bet by proxy, he might even have might have a point to argue. Don't you think? Hey, I didn't know. I was stupid. I didn't know.
No. I'm not buying that for a minute.
But he did know because he bet by proxy.
But anybody that would say I didn't know shouldn't have. I mean, they drill it into these guys' heads when they get there. You can't bet on a game. First of all, don't bet on college football, and then don't bet in a game that you might be participating in. Like there's just there's no gray area. That's about as black and white as it gets. I mean, they probably would say you can't bet on any college sports, but I don't know what the rule is on that one. I mean, if you can't wait 4 years to bet a college football game or to bet a pro football game or to do something while you're playing, you seriously have a problem. You seriously have a problem. But it's an addiction for him, and it's not good. Like the whole story's bad. The NCAA, if the NCAA doesn't have power to stop players from playing after they know that they were betting on the games, the NCAA doesn't need to exist. And I know I'm taking it to the next level on this, and And Jay Billis really brought us back to earth. I think when we were talking to him that, probably another court's going to go, what are you guys doing in this, was it 99th District Court or something like that? He's just like, what are you doing? Why are we doing this? He can't, you're not going to let a player play where the integrity of everything that you're talking about is on the line. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. The whole thing doesn't make sense. And the guy needs help.
Although it sounds like Texas Tech's going to let him play.
Yeah, and you know what? Schools like Nebraska are saying, we're not playing you. Like the Big Ten and SEC, the keepers of moral and ethical standards in college athletics are saying, we're not going to play you. So I don't know how it's going to shake out.
Did I sense a little bit of sarcasm in that?
I just think it's the whole, a lot. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, or maybe 5 years ago, if you offered your quarterback $1 million above the table, we would question your ethics. Now, you're the keeper.
To play in anything.
You're the keeper of the ethical log manifest.
The one thing,
it's a joke. It is.
Well, it's also a test case. I mean, college kids are walking around with a casino in their hand.
So are high school kids, Joe.
Yeah, well, but that's the point. I mean, this is a test case. You can be darn sure he's not the only college football player who bet on his own team.
Oh, I'm sure he's not.
But he's the test case because he got caught.
I wouldn't even take him for the NFL. And by the way, if this,
why not?
I don't need him in the NFL. I don't.
Why?
Because he's betting on his team while he's playing.
You can be sure that the days of Paul Hornung and Alex Karras being suspended for a year for doing that are probably gone in the NFL as they partner with gambling sites all over the country. This is the thing. That's what's going to happen here. How this plays out is going to be fascinating, and I think it's going to maybe set precedent.
Man, could you imagine if guys are gambling on themselves? Ugh.
I don't know. Yeah. Who knows?
I want to remind you guys, you can always listen to us on the free Odyssey app. All three of our big shows throughout the day. 4 shows. Whether it's, Lima and Carmen from 6 to 10 or our show, or Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. We are live all the time on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, so you can check that out too. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
Meredith, moment of the show.
Moment of the show comes from Andrew Siciliano, and you guys asked him if Deshaun Watson had any of that 2020 Deshaun Watson left in him.
He hasn't had many great moments. Look, I know we all know how many games he's missed. He's played like 19 games. The Deshaun that we keep going back to, or at least that I keep going back to, like I want to see that guy again, was the guy Week 10, 2023, second half on the road in Baltimore. When he goes 14-14, Greg Newsome has a pick six, David Njoku is breaking tackles, looking like the old Chief, the young Chief, the guy that nobody could bring down, Chief, on that final drive, and then Dustin Hopkins in his blessed I hit everything and won games from 50 every week year in 2023 hits the game winner, and the Browns get 7 wins, and you think we're going to the Super Bowl, and then we wake up on Tuesday morning to the headline that Deshaun has an ankle injury and a broken shoulder, and he's out for the year. So Todd Monken, by the way, was there that day. He was the Ravens offensive coordinator. Can you get back to that guy? I don't know. Yeah. The Deshaun that we saw in 2024 wasn't that good. Now, there's a lot going on that year. You had a new OC, and you had, the offensive line was a mess. There's a lot of things going on in 2024.
That was Andrew Siciliano.
See Deshaun.
Still was there. Sorry, he joined us at 11. Mike Exisa talked baseball with us at noon. Fun stuff right here on The Fan. Don't forget, quarterbacks are talking later today. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dano.
Smarter today because I have a new toy I got to find a home for.
You're talking sexy to Phelps. Stop it. You're welcome.
I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but it's going to get used.
One more time.
You're talking sexy to Phelps. Stop it. There, ready? Watch this. I'll do it for my smarter. Go.
I was about to say, I'm smarter. I believe it was Andrew Siciliano. He said that, wasn't it, Deshaun Watson is now the longest tenured Brown on the offense with Joel Bitonio retiring. That feels insane because it genuinely feels like the Browns just made that trade like last year for Deshaun Watson. And now he's the longest tenured person on the offense. That's insane. My mind is still blown by that.
AB?
I just want to test the new machine. Deshaun Kaiser. You're talking sexy to Phelps. Stop it. Reese Hoskins. You're talking sexy to Phelps. Stop it. Yeah, it works.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I kind of like it. I'm smarter after our conversation with Mike Exisa, who said, yeah, first couple of years for Patrick Bailey, more aberration at the plate when he actually hit over 200. What we have now is what we have, which is the best defensive catcher in baseball. As long as you don't need runs out of the catcher spot, any kind of offensive productivity, you're good to go. But I don't know if you are. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Anthony Richardson. You're talking sexy to Phelps. Stop it. So easy. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon Drive. Oh, they're next right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon.
the more reports we're getting about LeBron's future, Giannis's future, really all the big names out there, the more it feels like that's going to be like a prescient thought that I had.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the Cavs aren't going to be able to land LeBron or Giannis at this point. Now, the LeBron stuff is still up in the air. I just don't know how they're going to sell people on this team and trying to run it back.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on this Wednesday. It is quarterback day with so much to get to. Deshaun is speaking. Shedeur is speaking. We got a Guardians game to react to as well when that one wraps up the series finale. But we got a lot to do today. Ashley Bastock at 5:20. Daryl Ryder at 6 o'clock. We have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Jake Murrin producing today's show. Michael Markoch running the 2020s. And in for Nick today, it is Jake Volnick. Hello, Jake.
Hey, JP, how's it going?
It's good. We both had all sorts of issues coming in today because of the Yankees-Guardians game. And so does that make you grumpy? I don't know if that makes me grumpy or not, but I wasn't feeling great.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes me angry up until like 5 minutes when I'm in the studio, and I'm like, okay, everything's okay.
Then everything's fine?
Yeah, day goes on as normal. After that, we're all right.
I had the stupidest thing happen. I had, two of the, I park in a different garage than everybody else here. I park in a garage about a 7-minute walk away, right? It's the garage I used to live in when I lived downtown, and then at one point they were like, oh, we have parking that's available through work here at this one as well. So I've just kind of stayed with it. I like it. It works for me, right? And so like that garage though was doing quite the shiesty move. So the